Welcome to While We Were Distracted, the podcast where we explore topics that often get overshadowed in the rush of daily life.
Okay, you may all be seated. Good morning. I do think it's great. I cannot hear anything that you all are saying in your jury room. It's right next to my chambers. But I do hear laughter, and I think that's a good thing. I love hearing laughter. So that's all good because you'll have to deliberate together. So during trials, people are tired. Things get very busy, and sometimes we all say things that aren't quite accurate. So I want to clear up a few inaccuracies from yesterday. First of all, Judge Jensen was appointed by Ronald Reagan, not by President Bush. So that's on me. But I wanted to make sure the record was clear that I had misspoken. The other thing, and I joked with the lawyers, they probably won't close until the end of next week. They said it was like wishful thinking on my part to want the trial to be done. So it's not going to happen early next week. It'll happen later. And the third thing that happened that I also want to correct for you is during Mr. Brockman's testimony yesterday, you heard a reference to a phrase, small adjunct or small adjunct for profit a couple of times. Mr. Molo's suggestion that OpenAI's lawyers created that phrase and that Mr. Musk had not used the term himself in his testimony was inaccurate. So that phrase was used by Mr. Musk during his direct examination of climate control. So it got that wrong. Okay? Just wanted to get those clarifications on the record. And we're going to start 3 minutes early. So let's get going. Who's the next witness?
Good morning, Alex Einen for the plaintiff. I'd like to read into evidence a few paragraphs of the supplemental declaration of Robert Wu, OpenAI's Deputy General Counsel. It was his video that was shown yesterday afternoon.
Okay, see. No.
Please use the table microphones or the lectern.
Your Honor,
Go
yes.
ahead. I'm going to have you ask for the specific limiting instruction you'd like. We'd ask for a limiting instruction that
the declaration paragraphs that are being read into the record cannot be offered against Microsoft.
And that's accurate and true. It's so ordered. This is only as against OpenAI, not Microsoft. Okay? You may proceed.
Between 2019 and 2023, OpenAI's employees and certain third-party investors received economic interests in OpenAI's for-profit subsidiary that are subject to target redemption amounts, or TRAs, that establish the maximum possible return on each investment. These TRAs were often, but not always, based on a multiple of the amount of invested capital. For example, in 2019, Microsoft Corporation invested approximately $1 billion based on a 20x multiple, resulting in a TRA of approximately $20 billion. OpenAI's management team was responsible for negotiating the terms of these economic interests in OpenAI's for-profit subsidiary, including the TRAs. These negotiations occurred at arm's length and were subject to oversight and ultimate approval by the OpenAI Inc. Board of Directors. The OpenAI Inc. board was responsible for reviewing the proposed terms of each potential economic investment in OpenAI's for-profit subsidiary, including the applicable TRAs, and determining whether those terms were in the best interest of OpenAI Inc. When making this determination, the board considered a variety of factors, including the extent to which additional capital was necessary for OpenAI Inc. to accomplish its mission, the board's desire to maintain, to the greatest extent possible, the value of OpenAI Inc.'s residual economic interest in OpenAI's for-profit subsidiary, and information regarding the terms on which potential investors in OpenAI's for-profit subsidiary would be willing to invest at the relevant time. When negotiating and evaluating the TRAs and other proposed terms of these economic interests in OpenAI's for-profit subsidiary, the OpenAI Inc. board and OpenAI management team had access to the periodic valuation reports that OpenAI received from PricewaterhouseCoopers and Andreessen Consulting in the ordinary course of OpenAI's business. These reports use multiple methodologies to estimate the fair value of the equity and other economic interests in OpenAI's for-profit subsidiary, taking into account, among other things, A, the OpenAI management team's forecasts of future business operations, and B, the terms of any economic interest in the for-profit subsidiary that existed on the relevant valuation date, including the applicable TRAs and the mechanics of the profit distribution waterfall. It is my understanding that these periodic valuation reports have been produced in this litigation. The OpenAI Inc. board did not consider any financial or quantitative analysis specifically prepared by a third-party financial advisor to assess any proposed TRAs.
Thank you. Next.
Your Honor, at this time, we will be playing the video testimony of third-party Mira Muradi.
Before the video was played, we asked for a limiting instruction similar to what was just provided for exhibits 301, 302, and 315 that will be displayed during this testimony.
So with respect to those exhibits, you'll see reference, they get popped up on the screen, 301, 302, and 315. Those are being offered but cannot be, for a limited purpose, they cannot be used against Microsoft, only the OpenAI defendants. Okay? Thank you.
And you please state your full name for the record.
Ermira Murati.
And where did you work after you graduated college?
I worked at Zodiac Aerospace, which was an aerospace company, and I was there for about a year now.
What did you do there?
I was a design engineer.
Where did you go after that?
I went to Tesla.
I went to
Tesla.
What drew you to work at Tesla?
The mission of the company, mainly, and also the complexity of the work, working on something that felt very meaningful and important.
Did Elon Musk play a role in your decision to join Tesla?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I found Elon to be a very inspiring leader, and I really respected what he had done with Tesla up to that point.
How did you find his leadership?
Firm, effective, and at the time inspiring.
Did Mr. Musk's involvement in OpenAI play a role in your decision to seek employment there?
I think so, yes.
How?
In the sense that I respected his leadership and accomplishments, and I thought he had done incredible things with Tesla and SpaceX and Neuralink. So I felt that this would be a worthy pursuit.
Did you discuss pursuing employment at OpenAI with Elon before you did?
No.
You joined OpenAI in 2018, is that right?
Yes.
How did you come to join OpenAI?
I had a few conversations with Ilya Sutskever, Greg Brockman, Dario Amodei, Wojciech Zaremba, and I thought they were all very committed and incredibly smart, and I found the direction of OpenAI very inspiring. The role wasn't very clear initially, but I thought it would be worth a shot anyway.
You recall whether at some point OpenAI did in fact move in a more commercial direction?
Yes,
Do you recall around when that was?
that would have been around the time that prior to the release of the API. So shortly after GPT-3 release, or sorry, GPT-3 being ready.
Do you remember what year approximately that was?
Around 2020.
Would you have considered yourself the primary point person for the Microsoft relationship?
With regards to operationalizing the work, yes.
What do you mean by operationalizing the work?
Meaning being responsible for the work streams of the partnership.
OpenAI's work streams
Yes.
and also Microsoft's work streams insofar as they involved OpenAI's IP?
Yes.
Were you promoted for your success in the Microsoft partnership?
I don't believe that was the primary reason for me becoming CTO, because I was already VP of partnerships.
Did you believe it was one of the reasons for becoming CTO?
Executing well on the goals of the partnership, yes.
What were your responsibilities as CTO?
I was running the entire technical organization, engineering, research, product, safety, security.
Encompassed in that, was it your job to lead the product arm of OpenAI?
Yes.
Was it also primarily your responsibility to commercialize OpenAI's technology as CTO?
Yes.
As CTO, who did you report to at OpenAI?
To Sam Altman.
And who reported to you?
Several people.
What did you understand in the early years that Microsoft wanted from a relationship with OpenAI?
There were two aspects to the relationship. One was built on compute, and the other was the commercial aspect of the partnership. The compute part was about securing the necessary compute for OpenAI to do its research, and also helping Microsoft advance Azure while we were doing that. And then the commercial aspect of the partnership was about sharing IP once we at OpenAI had deemed it commercializable. And of course, the third part was about funding.
Why did you understand Microsoft to want to share, as you said, OpenAI's IP?
To eventually deploy it in the world through products and services.
I'd like to show you what will mark Exhibit 4, which is stamped MSFT Musk 15915. This is an email from you to Phil Weymouth at Microsoft dated May 11th of 2019. You know when you've had a chance to review. The attachment title is Odyssey Joint Dev and Collab AGR. Do you know what that's a reference to?
It's a reference to the agreement that OpenAI and Microsoft were working on together.
What the agreement that ultimately became the 2019 JDCA?
Yes.
Did you see the final 2019 JDCA?
Yes.
What were Microsoft's goals with regard to the commercial side of the agreement as far as Bill conveyed to you?
To have access to OpenAI IP.
What would access encompass?
Access to commercialize the IP.
I'm sorry, access to
To commercialize the IP.
Thank you. Did you have an understanding of why Microsoft wanted to license the language model technology that OpenAI had created?
To eventually be at liberty to commercialize.
Was there a disagreement between OpenAI and Microsoft about open sourcing the GPT language model?
It wasn't specific to open sourcing.
I'm sorry, so
It wasn't specific to open sourcing or not open sourcing. The OpenAI, this is about OpenAI having, deciding what to do with the model, whether to release it publicly or not, and what that actually meant for the commercial agreement of the partnership. I believe OpenAI would have decided to do what was the right thing to do anyway, and this was more about making the commercial agreement fit that, what was the company's strategy.
why did you offer to provide Microsoft with 6 months or 1 year of exclusivity prior to open sourcing?
As part of the commercial agreement, so that they could have a benefit of getting a head start on commercializing.
Commercializing the IP is one way to yield a profit, right?
Yes.
During the course of your negotiations with Microsoft, they were deeply engaged in the terms of this deal. Fair to say?
Yes.
Did they ask a number of questions during your meetings and dealings with them? Did they conduct diligence with regard to this deal between OpenAI and Microsoft?
Yes.
Did Microsoft ask OpenAI for diligence materials in connection with this deal?
What kind of diligence materials?
Information about OpenAI that it could review to make an informed choice about how to negotiate the deal.
I know the technological information, and as far as that goes, yes.
You spend a great deal of time working with Microsoft on the JDCA and investment deals.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that Microsoft was detail-oriented in its dealings with you?
Yes.
Was one of OpenAI's goals to assist Microsoft in building products that would use OpenAI's IP?
To support
In what way?
in the way of understanding the technology. As we transfer the technology, making sure that they understood and they could use it and integrate it properly.
Into commercializable products.
Yes.
And so OpenAI needed to be producing IP that Microsoft could use in commercial products.
No.
Why do you say no?
Because OpenAI had full autonomy on the research roadmap and the best paths to build safe AGI.
Was OpenAI creating IP that Microsoft could use in its commercial products?
As a result of building research IP on the path to AGI.
I'm sorry, on IP on.
The path to AGI.
You understood that that OpenAI's large language models were of primary interest to Microsoft, right?
Yes.
And is that what OpenAI focused on developing during the course of its partnership with Microsoft?
Not as a result of the commercial interest. I'd say it's the other way around.
Elaborate.
There was commercial interest because the technology was valuable. The technology was not developed with the purpose of becoming commercially interesting when the GPT series of models was developed, there was no expectation that these would be commercially interesting.
Eventually, OpenAI did go on to build commercial products itself.
Correct.
Why did OpenAI make that change?
Because it was core to achieving the mission, both from a perspective of having enough capital to buy compute, but also, in my opinion, because it's important to be in touch with reality as you're building increasingly consequential research.
Was it one of your responsibilities at OpenAI to work to make Microsoft commercially successful as described by Sam Altman?
Broadly, yes.
Did you think Microsoft was also trying to work with your structure as its top priority in mind?
In order for the agreement to be successful, yes. And we managed to negotiate not one, but 3 of these deals. So I'd say yes.
In the 2023 deal, what did Microsoft express to you that they most wanted out of the deal?
The structure of the deal was not any different. It was a continuation of the existing relationship. OpenAI being successful in obtaining compute and investment to carry out its mission, and OpenAI and Microsoft partnering together to commercialize the technologies.
Did OpenAI agree to remove certain impediments to commercialization in the 2023 deal?
So we agreed to come up with the correct structure to reduce unnecessary tension in commercialization. For example, when we first thought about sharing IP, we had this notion that very few people would have access to the code. And this was, this notion was built on a completely different expectation and reality of what it takes to actually commercialize the technology. But the thing that we cared most about was that there was some level of alignment on how the technology was scaled. So while that specific notion of operationalization was no longer valid, like it just didn't work, we'd come up with a different one. So I would say the principles remain the same, but the way that we achieved them at each deal negotiation was slightly different.
When that change over time was in tandem with the increased commercialization and the reality of releasing those products on the market?
That's right, yes.
In 2023, were you all contemplating including OpenAI's technology into Microsoft's Designer and GitHub Copilot features?
Yes.
By fall of 2023, did you perceive that Mr. Altman was not candid with you at any time?
Sorry, he wasn't what?
Candid with you? Truthful, honest?
Not always.
He was not always candid with you?
Mm-hmm.
By fall of 2023, did you feel that Mr. Altman undermined you in your role as CTO?
Yes.
And by that same time period, did you feel that Mr. Altman had pitted OpenAI executives against each other?
Yes.
What is your criticism of Mr. Altman?
It is completely management related. I had an incredibly hard job to do in an organization that was very complex. And I was asking Sam to lead and lead with clarity and not undermine my ability to do my job.
Towards the bottom of this first black box, under the number 2, it says this year the most cited goal to the company has been the 100 M per million revenue goal. You said that Kevin and Satya said this was needed to raise the next 10 maybe for billion. It didn't matter how we got to this number, we needed to get there. We pressured the GTM team to do big contracts instead of carrying out a cohesive strategy around the platform. What is the $100 million revenue goal that you're referring to here?
It was a company level goal to get to for revenue.
Who told you about that goal?
Sam.
Did he say that Microsoft had set the goal?
Well, I believe Sam set the goal.
Okay, it states that Kevin and Satya said this was needed to raise the next 10 billion. Who did you learn that from?
Sam.
And did Mr. Altman tell you that it was important to achieve this goal to receive Microsoft's continued investments?
Yes.
Did OpenAI take steps to achieve this goal as far as you knew?
Yes.
What steps?
We grew the GTM team and tried to build more of an enterprise business around the API.
What's GTM?
Go-to-market.
That's for taking products to market for commercial purposes.
Yes, but this was already a goal of the company.
You refer to big, quick contracts. What are you referring to there?
I don't know precisely what the contracts were, but the point of this note to him is not that I'm disagreeing with the amount of revenue that OpenAI had to create into the world, but it's more about the specific strategy or lack of in this case.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is that, you could send a lot of sales people into the world to pursue different markets, different verticals, or you could pick specific verticals that you want to do really great at and go after that. But whichever the way, it's important to have a strategy. And again, my issues with Sam were very much around management and how and providing direction to the organization and decision making. It wasn't so much about the revenue. It wasn't about OpenAI creating revenue. I thought it was very good for the company. I thought it was good for the world.
And so if I'm understanding it correctly, your concern was that he was not setting a specific strategy with regard to seeking that revenue.
Yes, or not agreeing to any specific strategy that his direct reports were setting.
Did Mr. Altman tell you that OpenAI's legal department had said that GPT Turbo did not need to go through OpenAI's deployment safety board?
Yes.
As you understand it, was Mr. Altman telling the truth when he made that statement to you?
No.
Why did you check with Mr. Kwan to confirm whether what Mr. Altman had said was true?
Because I wanted to be sure before actioning it, taking action on it.
What did you learn?
That there was misalignment between what Jason was saying and Sam was saying. So to be safe, I made sure that it went through DSB.
So did you confirm that Mr. Altman had not told you the truth?
I confirmed that what Jason was saying and what Sam was saying were not the same thing.
Ms. Maranti, the OpenAI board fired Sam in November of 2023, right?
Yes.
And at the same time, they removed Greg Brockman from his role on the board?
Yes.
And then they asked if you would become the interim CEO?
Yes.
Did you expect that the board would ask you to become the interim CEO of OpenAI?
No,
Did you agree to be interim CEO?
I did.
Why?
Because I cared a lot about the company and stabilizing it, and it seemed like the obvious thing to do when they asked.
Did you ask the board whether they had yet told Microsoft about hiring Sam?
I asked them whether they had let Microsoft know,
Why did you ask that?
because they were a huge stakeholder in the company, and it seemed like the right thing to do when you fire the CEO of the company.
And what did the board respond?
They said no.
Did you have conversations with Satya Nadella during the period when Mr. Altman was ousted?
I did.
How often did you speak with Mr. Nadella during that time frame?
I don't remember. It was frequent.
What did Microsoft communicated that they wanted to happen in this situation?
They wanted to support the company and support what we were doing, but didn't make any requests or requirements of their own.
Did anyone at Microsoft say that they wanted Mr. Altman to be reinstated as CEO?
No,
Did anyone from Microsoft ask to have the board step down?
no,
Did their company, Microsoft ask to have the board step down? In your answer?
no.
Thank you. Did Microsoft communicate to you that it would hire Mr. Altman and Mr. Rockman?
They communicated it to the public. That's how I found out.
Did you speak with Microsoft about their intention to hire other OpenAI employees?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's Bates stamped MSFT Musk 65692. We'll mark this Exhibit 13. In Exhibit 13 on November 17th, Satya Nadella texts you saying, "Hi, Mira, call when you have a chance." Do you recall if you spoke with Mr. Nadella after that text message?
I'm sure I told him, but I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. And the next text on November 18th, you wrote, "Satya, could you please call me when you have a chance so we can coordinate how to talk with Sam here?" What did you mean by coordinating on how to talk with Sam here?
I'm not sure specifically, but what I can tell you, this was a very complex situation. I was in charge of stabilizing the company and figuring out how to move forward, and there were many people involved in the situation. At this point, I had already decided that the best thing to stabilize the company was for Sam to be reinstated.
What made you decide that?
A set of things. One, I realized that the board had not followed a process that could be trusted, and it wasn't transparent with regards to firing Sam. They were not prepared for the transition and stabilizing the company. And throughout the process, they, as a governance body, lost credibility.
Had your views about Sam's management performance changed between the time that you submitted your screenshots to Ilya for the board and now, November 17th?
I've been gone from OpenAI for over a year, up to the point that I left, my views were consistent.
In the next text on this chain, you ask Satya to join meeting with the board, and you state, "I'm not putting my name on this." What was that in reference to?
I don't know.
Do you know why you were inviting Satya to meet with the board?
He was the voice of reason. It was kind of a crazy situation.
Did the board authorize that?
Yes.
Why did you maintain such consistent contact with Mr. Nadella over this ouster period?
Microsoft was a very important partner to OpenAI, and it seemed critical to keep them up to date with what was going on. OpenAI was a catastrophic risk of falling apart.
Were you concerned about losing Microsoft's funding?
I was concerned about the company completely blowing up. The funding was probably the last of my concerns.
Were you concerned about why did you believe that Microsoft should be involved in preventing the company from blowing up?
I'm not sure if it's preventing, but they were a key stakeholder and having their input was valuable.
So fair to say you did not involve any other stakeholders during the ouster period?
I can't think of any that would have been appropriate to involve.
Okay. In your next messages with Mr. Nadella, you write, the petition we're sending says the following for your conversation with Sam. Microsoft has assured us that there are positions for all OpenAI employees with the same compensation at this new subsidiary should we choose to join. Is the petition you're referring to an employee petition calling for Mr. Altman to be reinstated?
Yes.
That petition was Sam's idea?
Sorry?
That petition was Sam's idea?
No. I don't know whose idea it was.
Who wrote it?
It was written in collaboration by a few people. I don't know precisely who. There were several people, several execs at OpenAI working on it. And I did the final review.
I'll give you now Exhibit 14 with date stamp MSFT Musk 56765. Are these your text messages from this ouster time period with Kevin Scott?
Yes.
Why did you tell Kevin about Ilya signing the petition?
To show unity.
I'm sorry, to show.
Unity.
Thank you.
Why was it important to show that to Kevin Scott?
Kevin was a close partner. Microsoft was a very close partner for us in general. And there is this, insane event that's happening, and I'm trying to keep them up to date with the key events.
Why was it important specifically that Ilya had signed the petition?
I think it showed unity from the employees of OpenAI, including Ilya.
I'm sorry.
From the employees of OpenAI, including Ilya.
Thank you.
Of what was the correct thing to do for the company.
I'll show you now Musk, OpenAI Musk 27451. We'll mark it as Exhibit 15. These are text messages between you and Sam Altman.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why we called Sam?
Yes, and because at this point I'd asked the board to resign and to reinstate Sam, and they had given me encouragement that they were working on that, on a solution in that direction. But when I showed up on the call, they blindsided me with other things.
Did that include appointing a new interim CEO?
Yes.
Do you know if Mr. Altman learned that you had shared screenshots of conversations with the board?
Yes.
Did you discuss it with him?
Yes.
What did he say?
Right after he was reinstated and the company felt stable, I discussed with him and I discussed with Greg very specifically what had happened. And we decided from that point onwards to just move forward and focus on the company and give it another shot, working on it productively together.
Did the problems that you had experienced previously with Mr. Altman persist?
Yes.
Did the problems that you had experienced with Mr. Brockman previously persist?
Less so.
I think you had a discussion with Ms. Schubert earlier about the Microsoft partnership. And I think you said it was important for OpenAI that the partnership with Microsoft be successful. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why was that important to OpenAI?
Because we had made the strategic decision to work with Microsoft along the way, all the way to AGI. And Microsoft was a very important partner in obtaining compute, which is one of the key resources to do research for AGI. And it was also a very important partner in fundraising and funding.
And was all of that important to advancing OpenAI's mission?
Yes.
And I think you described the management concerns you had in sort of two buckets. Is that right? There were two categories. And the first was that Sam was not making decisions quickly enough and dragging things out. Is that right?
Or making decisions on big controversial things at all.
Not making decisions.
That's
Is that right? Okay. And then the other was that though you believed that Sam meant well, he told people what they wanted to hear. Is
Yes.
that right? So those are the two species of management concerns that you have with respect to Sam. Is that right?
Those are the big themes. Yes.
And Mr. Sutskever asked you to collect evidence to support your concerns. Is that right?
Yes. So after the board asked for my feedback,
Did you want Sam to be terminated at the time you provided?
as an outcome of my feedback,
Yes.
no.
You had a concern about Sam's conduct related to GPT-4 Turbo. Is that right?
No.
Okay. What was the concern?
My concern was about Sam saying one thing to one person and completely the opposite to another person. And this made it a very difficult and chaotic environment to work with.
Am I right? GPT-4 Turbo is an enhancement of GPT-4 and not an entirely new model. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you think that GPT-4 Turbo presented incremental safety risk over GPT-4?
That we had not contained? No.
Do you know one way or another whether GPT-4 Turbo did go through the DSB?
I believe we did push it through this, yes.
Did you know that at the time you provided Ilya the screenshots?
I don't remember.
Do you remember discussing with Ilya the fact that GPT-4 Turbo had gone through the DSB?
No, I don't remember that. But again, the screenshot is not about the safety of GPT-4 Turbo. It's about Sam creating chaos and misunderstandings.
At some point, did you press the board for more information about what had grounded their decisions to remove Sam and Greg?
Yes,
When was the first time you did that?
when they let me know.
On November 16th?
Yes,
Okay, when was the next time?
when we were on the call with the executive team.
When was that?
I don't remember exactly when, but on Friday, after we were able to tell people.
And what happened on that executive team call?
The board was not providing any level of detail about why they had made the decision that they made, and they also couldn't provide any level of detail at all on the process that they follow.
Did you ever have any further insight into what the basis for the board's decisions were?
No.
You said that it was their responsibility to follow a process that would not destroy the company. I take it your view is that they did not follow such a process.
Correct.
And tell me how you have that view.
As we can see in retrospect, the way that they handled it led to complete and utter chaos. And I think if you're going to remove the CEO, you need to run a transparent process. You need to be able to justify to people what's going on and also be present to actually transition power and stabilize the company. And they didn't do any of those things.
And by they, you mean
The board.
the 4 board members who took the actions.
Yes,
Is that right? Did you press them to legitimize their decision?
I did.
And what was the reaction?
They kept telling me that their lawyers had advised them not to share what the process looked like, the details. And because of all this secrecy, I started to think that there was national security risks and criminal stuff. Obviously, there wasn't.
You have another exhibit also in your file, Exhibit 13, which Ms. Schubert asked you about. And this was a text exchange between you and Satya Nadella.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to just look at the text message at the bottom from November 20th, where you write, Satya, could you please make a public statement soon that shows support for the joint OpenAI team, basically bringing the team together. It's very important that we don't lose. OpenAI team? Oh, sorry, this going too fast. The joint OpenAI team, basically bringing the team together. It's very important that we don't lose researchers to Demis or Elon. Did you have a concern at this time that researchers would leave to join Demis Hassabis?
The company was pretty much imploding, and I was very much focused on stabilizing it and ensuring that it would continue its mission. Given the level of chaos, people were trying to recruit the OpenAI team, including Sam and Greg, and I was trying to unify the group and get as much support as I could. And Microsoft and Satya in particular were important allies in unifying the team and making sure that nobody left as a result of these events.
Did you have information that Demis Hassabis or Elon Musk were trying to recruit from OpenAI?
I'd heard from our team, yes.
This is Exhibit 19, which is OpenAI Musk 000-37737, which I believe is the petition that you were discussing with Ms. Schubert earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is the petition that you signed in November of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And Ilya Sutskever also signed this along with many other people, correct?
Yes.
Earlier today, there was some testimony about $100 million revenue goal. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I think that was brought up in the context of feedback that you had provided Mr. Altman. Is that right?
Yes.
And am I correct that you brought up the goal not because you had an issue with OpenAI generating revenue, but because you had some frustrations with Mr. Altman's management style.
Correct.
Is it correct that Microsoft did not enforce any such revenue goal?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that it was OpenAI's decision to commercialize its LLMs?
Absolutely.
And that decision to commercialize was made independent of Microsoft, is that right?
Yes.
And is it also true that OpenAI made that decision to commercialize its LLMs in furtherance of its nonprofit mission?
Yes.
Did you feel like the JDCA collaboration with Microsoft was in fact congruent with how OpenAI was operationalizing the mission?
Yes.
Is that also true of the 2021 and 2023 amendments to the JDCA?
Yes.
Okay, I want to switch gears to Mr. Altman's November 2023 firing and then subsequent rehiring. I believe that you testified that your goal during this time was to stabilize the company. Is that right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your decision to rehire Mr. Altman was motivated by your goal to stabilize the company as opposed to pressure from Microsoft?
Correct.
Based on your experiences during that time period, did you feel Microsoft was supportive of OpenAI throughout Mr. Altman's firing and subsequent rehiring?
I felt so, yes.
And did you feel like Microsoft supported your goal to stabilize the company during that time?
Yes.
Earlier, you saw an exhibit 19, which was the employee petition. Do you remember that? Well, let me ask you, was it OpenAI's decision to create the OpenAI employee petition challenging the board's firing of Mr. Altman?
It was.
And was that decision to create the petition OpenAI's and not the result of any pressure from Microsoft?
Yes.
And I believe you said you signed that petition. Is that right?
Yes.
Was your decision to sign the petition your decision and not the result of any pressure from Microsoft?
Yes.
Did you discuss with Microsoft what your employment terms would look like at Microsoft if you did leave OpenAI?
No.
You didn't discuss a potential role or title at Microsoft?
No.
Your Honor, next the plaintiff calls Siobhan Zillis.
Okay, and while you're doing that, can you please give me the allocations?
Against OpenAI, 21 minutes. Against Microsoft, 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or so you affirm? Please say, I do, or I affirm.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Speak clearly into the microphone.
Jennifer Schubert for
Please
plaintiff.
state your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
Siobhan Zillis. The last name is Zilis.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Elf. If you can move just a little bit closer. Do we have a finder for the witness?
Yes, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may approach.
Thank you.
Well, Ms. Ellis, the way this works is they'll ask you questions. Sometimes they'll be on the screen in front of you, but you should also have any company in here that's in that. Okay. Good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Illis, where did you go to college?
I went to college at Yale University.
And what did you do after you graduated?
I wanted to work for an American tech treasure, so I ended up taking my first job at IBM.
What did you do next after IBM?
I joined something called Bloomberg Ventures, which was an incubator at the time. And then from there, me and some colleagues launched a venture capital fund called Bloomberg Beta, where I focused exclusively on AI and machine learning investments.
Were you interested in the AI portion of your job at Bloomberg?
Yeah, that was my life.
Around when in your life did you first become interested in artificial intelligence?
So that I was 13 years old, and I read a book called The Age of Spiritual Machines by Ray Kurzweil, and it just opened up a completely new world for me. I was a kid growing up in a suburb, and he spoke about a world where humanity had created artificial general intelligence. I read it, 10, 15 times, and it never left me from there.
Did you become involved with any other AI organizations outside of Bloomberg?
Yes. While I was in my role at Bloomberg, I worked with several AI entities, mostly nonprofits. So one would be, I helped found an AI incubator at Creative Destruction Lab. I sat on the board of Vector Institute, which is an AI nonprofit in Toronto. I sat on the board of Vector Institute. I sat on the board of Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute, which was another AI nonprofit, and I was an advisor to OpenAI.
Why did you get involved with so many AI organizations?
Just kind of the center of my life for, I guess, almost the last 15 years now has been, AI is going to be the most influential thing humanity creates. I just wanted to make sure, both the applications were used for good as much as possible, and that grander problem of AGI was well addressed by humanity.
You mentioned OpenAI.
I did.
Approximately when did you become involved with OpenAI?
Would have been, I guess, early 2016, I think.
And what role did you have at OpenAI at the outset?
I had emailed, I think it was Greg and Sam, upon the launch announcement, saying, I'm happy you guys are doing this. I'm happy to help in any way I can. And what we arrived at was just an informal advisory for whenever they needed anything.
In 2016, did anyone from OpenAI ask you to work in any other role in the nonprofit?
Yes, I do remember Greg had emailed me at some point and said, hey, we figured out how you can really help us. And that's by joining us full-time as COO.
That's Chief Operating Officer?
That's correct.
Did you accept the offer to become COO of OpenAI?
I thought about it, but there were 30 researchers in a room at the time, and I was spending 100% of my time in the AI community. So what I instead proposed was, and I cleared this with my partnership, that I would be willing to donate 10 hours a week for free. And I thought I could help them more, just, again, maintaining my full broad AI ecosystem context.
Did you speak with anyone else from OpenAI about your role there?
I do remember at some point after that, some number of weeks after that, I had gotten an email from Elon's assistant asking just to put some time on the calendar.
Did you ultimately speak with Elon Musk about OpenAI?
I did. So I got on the phone and he said, he kind of went on for 5 or 6 minutes saying, hey, we're doing this OpenAI thing. We're super excited to have you join. And I said, hey, just to kind of update you on the situation, I actually think that the better thing for me to do is I've offered Greg 10 hours a week for free while I maintain my current job, since, again, these are just researchers in a room right now. But I said, if you guys ever start doing applications or it becomes more broad, that's your time to ask me to join full time.
Was that the first time you had spoken with Elon?
It was.
Do you recall the first time that you met Elon in person?
I do. It was sometime not too long after that. I had gone into the office to meet Greg. And when I arrived, Sam and Elon were standing together outside.
Which office did you go to? Whose office did you go to?
Oh, there was the OpenAI office, and it was, I think, the Dandelion Chocolate Factory one.
And what happened at OpenAI that day?
I met with Greg. After the meeting was done with Greg, I was invited to sit in at the bigger meeting. Big is a relative term. I think it was like maybe 10 to 15 people. But Yeah, I participated in that meeting as well.
And who else do you remember being at that meeting?
Greg was, of course, there. I remember Elon was there. I don't recall who else, but it was, again, the full group who happened to be there that day.
Did you ever go to work for any other of Elon's companies?
I did.
Approximately when was that?
That was in mid-2017.
And which of Elon's companies did you go work for?
So I worked across the entire AI portfolio. So that would have included Tesla, Neuralink, and OpenAI.
What was your general focus across these three companies?
Go find the bottlenecks, go help solve them.
And around how many hours a week were you working doing that?
It was pretty crazy. It was 80 to 100-hour weeks at that point. It was just bananas.
Were you ever Elon's chief of staff?
No.
Eventually, did you take on another role or title at OpenAI?
Yes, further in the future, I became a member of the board.
Was that the OpenAI nonprofit board?
It was.
Approximately what years did you serve on OpenAI's nonprofit board?
That would have been 2020 to 2023.
Ms. Illes, have you ever had a romantic relationship with Mr. Musk?
I have.
Do you have children together?
We do.
How many?
We have 4.
Is Elon involved in their lives?
Yeah, he's their dad.
What was the nature of your personal relationship with Elon prior to 2020?
There had been kind of like a one-off at the offset. And then we were friends and eventually colleagues.
And the one-off, was that romantic in nature?
It was.
When did you decide to have children with Elon?
That would have been the end of 2020 or early 2021.
And how did you go about having children at that time?
Through IVF.
Mindful that this is sensitive, why did you elect for IVF?
Yeah, I mean, I started out the same way most people do, is just hopefully finding your life partner and, getting married, having kids. I ended up having some pretty significant health issues, including some pretty significant autoimmune issues that had particular significance in kind of like a close, intimate relationship. And I had a few relationships in a row fall apart due to those medical circumstances. And I just felt like I couldn't promise to be there as a partner over, like a 20, 30-year time period the way I'd hoped to. And I still really wanted to be a mom. And Elon had made the offer around that time. It was a good time and I accepted.
What offer did Elon make?
He in general was encouraging everyone around him to have kids, and noticed I had not, and said if that was ever interesting, he'd be happy to make a donation.
And when were your first children born?
November 2021.
Were you serving on the board of OpenAI during that pregnancy?
I was.
At some point, did you inform the OpenAI board that Elon was the father to your children?
I did.
Why did you inform the board?
I had found out earlier one day that, so we'd initially agreed on complete confidentiality of the donation, and I got a call from an unknown number one morning, and it was Business Insider saying they had somehow, they didn't say it, but they had somehow gotten sealed court documents illegally that shared the genetic paternity of my children. And they said they were going to publish them later that day.
Who on OpenAI's board did you tell?
I remember our first call was to my dad, and then call right after that was to Sam Altman.
Prior to that phone call, was your father aware of who had donated for your IVF?
He was not.
After you disclosed that information to Sam, did the board decide whether you could continue to serve on the OpenAI board?
They did decide yes.
Did you disclose to the OpenAI board Elon's role as a donor or father to your children during your pregnancy?
No, we had agreed on complete confidentiality.
And why had you agreed on that?
I'm sure it's not surprising to anyone. There's just an insane kind of just security risk that he bears with him. And if he was indeed just a donor, it didn't seem fair to the kids to have them, bear that burden their whole lives if there wasn't the upside of fatherhood with it.
And has his role since changed from being just a donor to fatherhood?
It has.
Did your personal connection with Elon impact your duties or responsibilities as a board member at OpenAI?
It did not.
Did your personal connection with Elon impact the decisions that you made as an OpenAI board member?
It did not.
You mentioned you stopped serving as an OpenAI board member in 2023. Why was that?
Elon started a competitive effort.
And why did that lead you to step down from the OpenAI board?
I had pre-agreed kind of that whole time where open discussions on is probably not an if, it's a when Elon decides to have a horse in the race. And at that moment, it's just black and white. It's time to step down.
Who had you had discussions with on the OpenAI board about stepping down in the event of a conflict?
I believe I sent an email to everyone to that effect. But also I remember having conversations through the years on that topic with both Greg and Sam.
Now, focusing back on 2017, before you became a board member, what were your primary responsibilities at OpenAI?
What it kind of just evolved to be and what I was asked to do was kind of just facilitate and aid in communication between the four principal parties. There was other stuff that popped up, but that it ended up being the bulk of it.
And who were the four principal parties you mentioned?
Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, Elias Escobar, and Elon Musk.
And during the time that you facilitated communication between Elon and the other OpenAI co-founders, did you have a particular allegiance to any one of them?
I had an allegiance to the best outcome for AI for humanity.
In 2017 and 2018, do you recall any discussions at OpenAI about the future of the nonprofit?
So many.
Who was primarily involved in those discussions?
Again, the meat of it would have been the four principal parties I mentioned before. And then for some subset of conversations, either myself or my boss, Sam Teller, would have been present.
And what was your role in the discussions?
Again, to keep context in our heads, to be able to document, facilitate, to essentially do anything that any of the four principals needed assistance on.
In general, what was being discussed by the co-founders at this time?
So it essentially the thing that spurred us into, or the whole group into just, oh, sorry, I was bubbling over words. I'll try again. The initial spark that kind of ignited the giant brainstorming session was, I remember at one point, Greg had pointed out that in order to fulfill the mission of OpenAI, the financials required for the requisite compute were just way higher than anyone had ever expected. And so discussions of a zillion forums kicked off to figure out how to just solve that problem.
Did the co-founders discuss the structure of OpenAI?
Ad nauseum.
And just briefly, can you tell the jury what structures you recall being discussed?
Sure. I mean, there were so many. Let me just try to list off the ones that I recall. So one would be retaining the nonprofit structure and fundraising NRS to meet that financial gap. There were discussions of both B Corp and C Corp entities that would have been subservient to the nonprofit mission. There was discussion of whether Tesla was the right place to house it because they had the cash required to fulfill that gap. And then there's a capped profit thing inspired from kind of like oil speculation deals. And the craziest one was a thing called an ICO, which was an initial coin offering that was just sort of happening in places at the time.
Were there other ideas in addition to those you've listed that were discussed in this time period?
So many, yeah.
Do you recall if a for-profit entity was ever created on paper in connection with this process?
I believe it was, yeah.
Was that for-profit entity supposed to replace the nonprofit?
No, I believe it was in addition to and to be kind of like, I guess the word subservient to the nonprofit and the mission.
Did all of the ideas exchanged by the co-founders have anything in common with each other?
Yeah, I mean, I think the easiest way to encapsulate the whole thing was everyone was trying to figure out how to fulfill the mission while closing the financial gap required to fulfill the mission.
That's the mission of the nonprofit.
Yes, sorry, the mission of the nonprofit.
Your Honor, I'd like to ask the witness about PX 159, which is already admitted.
Okay. Well,
Ms. Zillis, the document is in front of you, but it's also in your binder. Are these emails that you sent to Elon in September 2017?
Yes, they are.
In general, what are you sending to Elon in these emails?
They look like summary notes based on conversation. I guess the first one in conversation with Greg and Ilya, and the second one with Altman.
And I'll direct your attention to the bottom of the page, the email at 9:50 a.m. You wrote, Greg and Ilya said they would like to continue with the nonprofit structure. Do you see that?
I see that.
And I'll direct your attention to the top email that says, from Altman. You wrote, Altman was great with keeping nonprofit and continuing to support it. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you have any reason to believe those statements were not genuine at the time?
I did not.
Would you have communicated this message to Elon if Greg and Ilya and Sam Altman did not say those statements to you?
Objection.
Um,
Sustained as to the form.
Would you have communicated statements to Elon had the statements not been made to you?
Objection.
Were these notes exhaustive of everything that may have been said in the conversations with Greg, Ilya, and Altman?
no, they were summary notes.
Was it your practice to communicate statements from conversations to Elon?
Yes, in some subset of the conversations.
And was it your practice to inject statements that were not made to you into those notes?
Objection.
Do you recall any discussion among the co-founders about OpenAI and Tesla between 2017 and 2018?
Yes, they did discuss OpenAI and Tesla.
Were you still working on AI at Tesla then?
I was.
What was the focus of AI at Tesla at that time?
The focus was, I guess you could call it twofold. So the first piece was to create autopilot, which was autonomous cars that can self-navigate in the world. Autopilot. And the second was to create the AI-specific chips required to support that.
Do you recall whether Elon recruited any OpenAI employees to come work at Tesla?
He did recruit one, yes.
Who was that?
Andrei Karpathy.
What did Mr. Karpathy come to work on at Tesla?
He led AI for autopilot.
Was there a difference between Tesla's AI work and OpenAI's work?
Yeah.
What was it?
So what OpenAI was focused on was fundamental research and demonstrations of capabilities that they believed were on the path to building AGI. What Tesla's focus was to create AI applications that had high utility in the world, which is what autopilot was.
And what was autopilot designed to do?
Essentially mean that you don't have to drive your car anymore. Your car will drive itself.
Based on your knowledge as a Tesla employee, did Tesla ever create a broader AI lab dedicated to developing AGI?
It did not. I don't believe it has to this day.
Was that idea ever explored?
Yes, I have reviewed documents that indicate that it was an idea on paper at the time.
What happened to the idea?
It just never got legs.
After these 2018 discussions, did Elon's status on the board of OpenAI change?
Yes, he left the board in February of 2018.
and around February of 2018, were you still employed by Elon at any of his other companies?
Yes, I was employed at Tesla and Neuralink still.
Were you aware of whether Sam and Greg knew you were still employed by those companies?
Of course, they were, yeah.
Did you speak with Sam or Greg about whether they wanted you to continue to work at OpenAI?
Of course.
Do you recall what you discussed with Greg?
Yeah, I remember Greg had raised an idea, and that was for me to backfill the board seat that Elon was vacating. We ended up having discussions all around on that particular topic and decided that the better path would be for me to just stay in an advisory role as opposed to joining the board.
Did you communicate with Elon about whether he wanted you to continue to work with OpenAI?
Of course.
I'd like to show the witness DX761, which is admitted. Ms. Illes, you can turn to the second page. What is ERM old number?
And that's PX, right? 761.
It's DX.
Okay, my tab is wrong. Go ahead.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Of course. What is ERM old number?
That would have been Elon's old number before it got publicized.
Was this a communication between you and Elon?
Yes.
Just focusing on the first few texts, the first text from you at 4:01 a.m. states, do you prefer I stay close and friendly to OpenAI to keep info flowing or begin to disassociate? Trust game is about to get tricky, so any guidance for how to do right by you is appreciated. And Elon responds, close and friendly, but we are going to actively try to move 3 or 4 people from OpenAI to Tesla. More than that will join over time, but we won't actively recruit them. Ms. Illes, what did you mean by staying close and friendly to keep info flowing?
Well, so my role historically had been to, again, facilitate communication for the greatest possible. From the beginning, my role historically had been to facilitate communication between all of the major parties to maintain maximum alignment between them. And I was asking whether or not, in his heart of hearts, he wanted that to continue or not. Again, because they were kind of going through this like weird half breakup, but still meeting. He was still donating. They're still intending to be friendly. And so I was just trying to get a read on where his head was at.
And what did you mean when you wrote the trust game is about to get tricky?
I would have preferred if I wrote trust framework, but essentially he had off the board with the expressed reason that there just, maybe some competition over talent in the future. And, that introduced some element of other, right? And that's just a thing I wanted to figure out how to navigate if I was still going to be in a position of being a facilitation or a bridge.
And did Elon successfully recruit 3 or 4 people from OpenAI to Tesla, as he says here?
I don't believe he recruited anyone.
Apart from Mr. Karpathy?
Oh, sorry, yes. In this time period, I do not believe he successfully recruited anyone.
And you can put that aside. Did you ever ask Sam Altman to discuss the trust framework around your role at OpenAI?
I did.
I'd like to show the witness PX 167, which is also admitted. Well, Ms. Illes, take a quick review and let us know in general, what are these text messages about?
Okay.
What are these text messages about at a high level?
About recruiting considerations.
And focusing on the 6:23 p.m. text that you sent, it states, I would love to keep helping you as much as I can, but important to figure out the correct frameworks for trust for each other, of trust for each other. Do you see that?
I do.
Why did you want to figure out the correct frameworks of trust with Sam?
Again, we were navigating a tricky half breakup. Elon had stepped off the board because of competitive talent considerations. And we were just entering an era where, sometimes there might have been things on Elon's side he would not want conveyed to OpenAI and vice versa, Sam to Elon. And so I just wanted to, again, figure out how do we best navigate this tricky situation.
You can also put that document aside. After Elon stepped down from the OpenAI board, did Sam or Greg still ask you to convey information to Elon?
Yes, they would have.
And what was your understanding of why Sam was still asking you to facilitate communication with Elon?
Well, I guess one, historically, I'd been very good at doing that. Just candidly, they were kind of bad at speaking to each other sometimes. And I think two, there were often just like tricky topics that, maybe wouldn't land well over text, or they wanted to just make super sure they hit Elon when he was in a good headspace and had time to think about it. And just through Tesla and Neuralink, had a lot of in-office time with him, so could pick that moment and had a history of conveying it well to good outcomes.
What was your goal when you were conveying information between OpenAI and Elon during this time period?
Just maximum possible achievable alignment between the parties.
Looking forward to 2020, who asked you to join the OpenAI nonprofit board?
It was Sam Altman.
And would you tell the jury why you were willing to join the OpenAI board?
Sure. So, as I said earlier, it's kind of been about the last, because at that point, more than a decade of my life, just devoted to wanting AI to go well for humanity. At that time, there were just not very many people in the world that were taking this AGI thing seriously. And more than that, not very many people that I think could have always just unequivocally put humanity's best interests above commercial interests or anything like that. And so I am one of those people. And so because of that, I felt I would be a good addition to the nonprofit board.
To whom or what did you owe a duty as an OpenAI board member?
The OpenAI nonprofit.
In your board role, did you owe any duty to Elon?
No.
During your time on the board, did Elon ask you to tell him about what was happening in OpenAI board meetings?
He did not.
When you were on the board, was it part of your job to funnel information to Elon?
Funnel? Certainly not.
During the time you were on the board, do you have any recollection of sharing the details of the Microsoft transactions with Elon?
I do not.
Do you have any recollection of Elon expressing concerns to you about the 2023 deal before it went through?
I don't recall that.
Do you have any recollection of Elon asking you for the deal terms before that deal was finalized?
I don't.
How many hours a week does Elon work, to your knowledge?
Maniac mode is like just relentless. Sorry, it's colloquial language. I said maniac mode. Trying to be slightly more quantitative about it. It'd have to be always 80 to 100. Like I've not observed a single day of him not working a lot.
And was he working the same amount of hours back in 2022 to 2023?
I've never seen him not. So yeah.
By the end of 2023, how many children did you and Elon have together?
By the end of 2023, we had 3 children together.
And up until February of 2023, how much time in an average week did you spend together with Elon?
Probably average to a couple of hours. Like when he was in town, I remember he tried to visit the kids at least weekly.
And how did you typically spend the time that you had together?
I mean, this is like the brief respites from the insanity ball that is his entire work life. And so, just hoping the kids would make him smile and getting a break.
Did you spend that time discussing business?
Not unless he raised something, I would not have.
And were he to raise something, would it ever have been in great detail?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What level of, excuse me, what level of detail would he raise business topics to you in?
It would usually just be like something percolating in his mind that he just kind of externalized out loud. More than a discussion, it was more just in giving it to the world. I don't know how to say it.
When you were on the OpenAI board, did you vote to approve the 2023 Microsoft deal with OpenAI?
I did.
Do you have any recollection of telling Elon the detailed terms of that deal after it was approved?
No, I don't.
Do you have any recollection of telling Elon about the rights that Microsoft acquired in that deal?
I don't.
At the time you voted to approve the 2023 deal with Microsoft, did you believe that investment was good for OpenAI?
I did.
Did your views on that deal change at any point?
Yeah. In the future, there were a couple of instances where I did wonder. Yeah.
Will you tell the jury about the first?
Sure. The first of the two would have been, I remember it was some point, well, after I'd stepped off the board, and I can't recall what piece of news it was, but there was some piece of news that had hit Twitter or X, and Elon just remarked, man, OpenAI has complete control of, restating, man, Microsoft has complete control over OpenAI. And I recall I replied something like, respectfully, I disagree. And I remember it's because it's one of the only times he just looked at me and he just called me naive. And he said something to the effect of, he expressed extreme concern about the fact that Microsoft was...
Back on hearsay, then.
Sorry?
Well, let's stop. Let's get a new question.
Oh, okay.
When did this conversation take place between you and Elon?
I was some many months after I'd stepped off the board.
And can you describe to the jury the other events that changed your view on the 2023 Microsoft deal?
Sure. Yeah, perhaps the most major one, which I'm sure has come up, is the time around which Sam got ousted from the OpenAI board. Satya Nadella, who runs Microsoft, was quoted as saying, "We are above them, we are below them, we are around them," or essentially something connoting complete control. And I just remember that being terrifying because it was just not the thing that we'd been fighting so hard for.
Did you learn what happened to any of the OpenAI board members after Sam was ousted?
I believe those who participated in the ouster were, I guess, expelled. I'm not sure what the technical term is from the board.
Did that give you any concern?
I mean, massive. We just fought so hard to put together a structure where if something contradicted the mission of AI going well for humanity, if something contradicted safety of AI, that the board would have power to prioritize those things over anything else. And, they got reinstated, the board members got expelled. And then I think, from my perspective, more concerning than anything else was, we have a firm called OpenAI that never shared with the world in true candor what happened. Like, what happened? Yeah.
After those events, along with Elon, did you file this lawsuit against Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, and OpenAI?
I did.
Why did you join the lawsuit?
After that ouster happened, it just seemed like everything we'd put together, from the nonprofit to just retain the mission to make this good for humanity, just somehow had been ripped out or lost its teeth and just wasn't able to fulfill its role.
Are you still a plaintiff in this lawsuit?
I'm not.
Did you have an understanding of whether the suit would be able to proceed without you as a plaintiff?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm leading so that we don't go into the territory that Your Honor has excluded.
Sustained.
Okay,
And we're about to break in about 5 minutes.
thank you. Ms. Illis, do you have an equity stake in OpenAI?
I do not.
Have you ever?
I have not.
Does Elon have an equity stake in OpenAI?
Objection. Lay foundation.
Are you aware, based on your time at OpenAI, of whether Elon ever took equity there?
I do not believe he did.
Before you filed this lawsuit, while you were on the board, did you raise any concerns about Sam Altman?
On a couple of occasions, yes.
Your Honor, it may make sense to break at this time based on the testimony to follow.
All right, so as you all know, we sometimes take breaks a little bit off just so that you have all the testimony rather than 5 minutes, then she's in the. We'll go ahead and take our break. 20 minutes in recess with the jury.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay, you may all be seated. But you need to just wait a second as we switch the
Of course.
headset. Does that work? Testing, we're good to go. Okay, you may proceed.
Your Honor, just before the break, Ms. Zillis, I asked, while you were on the board, if you had raised any concerns about Sam Altman.
Yes, I'd said there have been a couple of instances.
Will you tell the jury about the first concern you raised with the board about Altman?
The first instance was upon the release of ChatGPT, which kind of took the world by storm. It wasn't just me, but the entire board had voiced extreme concern about that whole massive thing happening without any semblance of board communication.
Objection foundation.
As to
The other board members.
Okay, so we'll lay some foundation.
Sure. Ms. Zillis, when you expressed concern about the release of ChatGPT without informing the board, was that around other board members in a meeting or?
Oh, this was discussed in a board meeting.
And did you hear other board members speak about this topic that you spoke of?
Correct.
And did they voice concerns that ChatGPT was released without them being informed?
Correct.
Will you please describe the second concern you raised with the board about Sam Altman?
The second concern was surrounding a deal with a startup called Helion.
Startup called what?
Helion.
What is Helion?
Helion is a nuclear energy company.
Did you learn if anyone at OpenAI was an investor in Helion?
Sam and Greg had disclosed that they were investors.
What did you know about Helion's technology at the time you were discussing Helion on OpenAI's board?
I knew there was a lot of excitement about nuclear in general, but that the technology at that point was still speculative and not yet proven or commercialized.
What was the board considering doing with Helion?
What was up on the table at the time was essentially proposing that Helion be the kind of massive power provider. Just to provide context on it, it was essentially well understood that as you look to the future, more than people, more than chips, more than software, the bottleneck to building these ever more powerful models was going to be the actual amount of power provided. And so the deal was to have Helion be that kind of massive power provider.
To your knowledge, when the OpenAI board was considering doing a deal with Helion, did Helion have a working product at the time?
I don't believe they had a commercial product.
Why did you tell the board you had a concern about doing a deal with Helion?
I remember that just being one of kind of the only times where something felt super out of left field, which was like, this is going to be the most important input. Like, how is it the case that we want to place the major bet on a speculative technology? It just didn't follow from the substance of other discussions.
Did Sam and Greg recuse themselves from board discussions about Helion given their investments?
I believe they did. I believe they're still in the room, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you feel like any recusal was effective?
Objection, Whedon.
Just fine. How did you feel that the recusal worked in the board process?
I remember that was one of the only times, actually probably the only time while I was on the board where I just remember feeling kind of in the pit of my stomach, just being like, so I voiced my concerns, I voiced my recommendations. I just kind of felt in the pit of my stomach, like this is just gonna happen.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, Frost?
Yeah, just move the podium a little bit.
What should I do with this one?
Put it on the back. There's a, oh, yeah.
Good morning, Ms. Ellis.
Good morning.
In 2017 and 2018, you worked closely with Mr. Musk, that's right?
Correct.
And Mr. Teller, Sam Teller was your boss?
Sam was my boss.
And Mr. Teller, in turn, was Mr. Musk's chief of staff, right?
He did not have that title.
Was he a right hand to Mr. Musk?
I don't really know how to define right hand. He was a senior project director.
He was I'm sorry, I missed that.
Senior project director.
And in 2017 and 2018, you were working closely with OpenAI too, right?
So you said 2017 and 2018?
Yes.
Yes.
You don't recall ever learning of any restrictions that Mr. Musk placed on his donations to OpenAI, do you?
Restrictions? I recall one email exchange where he said something to the effect of, I don't want to be taken for a fool if you're going to go off and do something else, but that's the only recollection.
Your Honor, I'd like to direct the court to deposition of Ms. Illes, page 312, 13 to 25.
Is this in the binder?
No.
Okay.
I don't know if they've given me that. Well,
Go ahead. Ms. Illes, you were deposed in this case in September 2025, that's right?
If you say that's the date, then yeah, I was deposed.
And there was a court reporter present who was taking down what you said?
Yes, that's correct.
And you swore an oath to tell the truth during that deposition, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked this question, are you aware of any restrictions that Mr. Musk placed on his donations to OpenAI at the time he made them?
Mm-hmm.
And your answer, I was not employed there at the time. Did I read that correctly?
The words say that. I don't recall saying that.
And then you were asked the question, and have you learned of any restrictions that were placed on those donations? And your answer was, I don't recall. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
So you don't recall any restriction placed on Mr. Musk's donations that required OpenAI to remain nonprofit and open source, do you?
I don't.
And you don't recall any agreement of any kind between Mr. Musk and OpenAI, do you?
Depends what you mean by agreement. There were a whole bunch of things that happened over email back and forth, over and over.
Your Honor, I'd like to direct the court to deposition page 313, lines 21 to 24.
Right, no, go ahead.
We pull that up, please. Ms. Zillis, at your deposition, you were asked the question, are you aware of any agreement of any kind between Mr. Musk and OpenAI? Your answer, I don't know or recall. Do you see that?
I do.
So you don't recall any agreement between Mr. Musk and OpenAI that required OpenAI to remain nonprofit and open source, do you?
Again, if it's a contractual thing, I do not recall.
And you
I
don't,
don't remember it, yeah.
you don't recall any agreement at all between Mr. Musk and Mr. Altman, do you?
Again, if you could help define agreement, there's email back and forths versus like contractual agreements. I would like to understand what you're.
Your Honor, I'd like to play a clip from Ms. Zillis's deposition from pages 314, 2 to 9.
Go ahead.
Are you aware of any agreement at all between Mr. Musk and Mr. Altman? I think it was. You don't. I'm not aware of. I don't recall.
You don't recall anyone making promises to Mr. Musk about how OpenAI would be run after he left the board, do you?
There were moments in time, again, where there were email exchanges or discussions about the future. Again, I don't think any formal contractual thing was ever coming out of that.
I'd like to direct the court's attention to deposition page 198, lines 18 to 24.
Go ahead.
Can we have that on the screen, please? Ms. Zillis, you see you were asked the question, had anyone promised by the time Mr. Musk stepped off the board, had anyone promised to him, made any promises to him about how OpenAI would be run going forward? Your answer, don't recall. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
From January 2020 to February 2023, you were a member of OpenAI's board of directors.
Sorry, can you say the date range again?
January 2020 to February 2023.
Sounds correct, yes.
And you considered Sam Altman a friend during that period, correct?
Sure.
You admired Mr. Altman?
I probably said that.
And you still considered Mr. Altman a friend in November 2023, right?
Yes.
We have DX 1290 on the screen, please. This is stipulated. Ms. Zillis, these are texts between you and Mr. Altman from November 17th, 2023. You see that?
No, yes, November 2023.
And that's the day that Mr. Altman's removal from the OpenAI board as CEO was announced.
That's correct.
And your first message appearing on a page ending in 579 reads, obviously no need to reply, but I just wanted to say, I hope you are okay. I have no idea what's going on, but you've been an awesome person in literally every interaction we've had. And I care about you as a person first and foremost, sending all of my positive vibes your way. The words of that message were genuine, weren't they, Ms. Zillis?
Yeah, it was a message of support when bad thing happened to somebody and I didn't know why.
And as of 2023, you considered Greg Brockman a friend too, didn't you?
Sure.
You socialized with Mr. Brockman and his wife, correct?
Objection relevance.
What's
Probably not often at that time. I lived in Austin, but sorry.
how is this relevant?
It's just the one question, Your Honor. It's relevant to establish bias.
Bias for Mr. Brockman?
Know that Ms. Zillis was friendly with Mr. Brockman in 2023 and has since accused him.
Objection, Your Honor. Yeah, it's a little backwards, but I'll allow it.
In that time period, I had positive feelings, yes.
And then in 2024, you joined Mr. Musk as a plaintiff in this lawsuit, right?
That's correct.
And Jared Burchell is the one who asked you to join Mr. Musk in this lawsuit?
I don't believe so. That was a discussion with counsel.
Well, you'll acknowledge that you spoke with Mr. Burchell about joining this lawsuit.
He may have been the one that made the initial introduction. I don't recall who did.
You recall that he was administratively involved in having you join the lawsuit, right?
Again, once I was introduced to counsel, my recollections are discussions with counsel.
Your Honor, I'd like to direct the court to page 33, 6 to 23 of Ms. Zillis's deposition and would like to play the video.
I'm fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
Did you speak with anyone about your suing CMLP? I spoke with the
We can't hear that.
Other than did you speak to Mr. Musk? You never spoke to Mr. Musk about suing CMLP. Not about suing CMLP. Did you ever speak with Mr. Musk about suing Brett Brockman? We have not had detailed conversations. We've had conversations. Right. And no one else. Is that your testimony? Jared Bergthal.
Mr. Burchell works for Mr. Musk, right?
That's correct.
And your lawyers in this lawsuit are the ones who represent Mr. Musk, right?
Objection. Oh, the identification of counsel is not privileged.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Your lawyers in this lawsuit are the same ones who represent Mr. Musk.
I don't know who, I don't want to answer incorrectly. I know who represents me.
Does Jen Schubert represent you?
Yes.
She's a lawyer for Mr. Musk. You know that, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Again, the identification of a lawyer is not privileged, as Schubert.
She's indicated she doesn't know.
I just don't want to answer affirmatively incorrectly.
You can answer that question if you know the answer to the question.
I just know there were other people involved earlier, and I know there have been legal firms added through time. I just don't know who's directly assigned to Mr. Musk.
So your testimony is you don't know if Ms. Schubert represents Mr. Musk.
Again, her firm does. I thought there were also additional lawyers in the mix, and so I just don't know how it lines up. I would guess yes, but
you signed your name to a complaint in this case, right?
I did.
You did not read the whole complaint before signing it, did you?
I read the sections that I was named in.
But not the whole complaint, right?
But not the whole complaint.
You live with Mr. Musk?
We do live together when traveling and when he's spending family time in Austin.
And you have 4 children with Mr. Musk, right?
I do.
He plays an active role in raising those children?
That's correct.
Mr. Musk is supporting those children, correct?
In part.
Objection.
You first became romantic with Mr. Musk about a decade ago, is that right?
Within some margin of error.
And you work for Neuralink, correct?
I do.
That's a company that Mr. Musk controls, right?
Mr. Musk leads it, yes.
And you started at Neuralink in around 2017, right?
That's correct.
You worked at Tesla for some time, I think you testified, right?
I did.
Can we agree that your relationship with Mr. Musk is important to you?
Sure.
You testified on direct with Ms. Schubert that the for-profit entity that OpenAI entity that was being discussed in 2017 was meant to be subservient to the nonprofit mission. You recall that?
I did.
And that's the mission to ensure that AGI benefits all of humanity, correct?
That's correct.
It's not your testimony, is it, that the for-profit OpenAI that was being discussed in 2017 was to be subservient to the nonprofit structure?
Can you say that again?
It's not your testimony that the for-profit OpenAI that was being discussed in 2017 was meant to be subservient to the nonprofit structure. That's not something you would agree with.
I'm having to, can you express this more simply? It is not your testimony that it's very complicated. Can you try to help me? I just want to agree to something that is a word jumble.
Was the OpenAI entity that was being discussed in 2017, the for-profit entity, was your understanding that that was meant to be subservient to the nonprofit structure?
Again, there were a zillion versions of this thrown at the wall at various different times. There may have been multiple answers to that question.
One of the options that Mr. Musk and his co-founders discussed was converting OpenAI entirely to a for-profit. Isn't that right?
I believe that was one of the ideas thrown at the wall.
So let's look at DX 627, please. This is an email from you to Mr. Musk and Mr. Teller from July 18th, 2017. Do you see that?
Sorry, DX, what? I just want to find it in the binder.
627. It's also on the screen in front of you.
DX 6. There it is. Oh, there we go.
Do you see this as an email from you to Mr. Musk and Mr. Teller from July 18th, 2017?
I do.
And take a look at the paragraph entitled Cerebras versus a Billion Cores. You see that?
I see that.
Cerebras is a chip company, right?
Yes, it is.
And OpenAI had been having meetings with Cerebras and its leadership in around July 2017.
Around that time, yes.
And the second to last sentence of this document reads, or of this paragraph, sorry, they believe the combined entity, assuming OpenAI converts from being a nonprofit, would be more valuable. Do you see that?
I see that.
And they, in the context of this email, is Mr. Brockman and Dr. Sutskever, right?
Let me just quickly read that paragraph at least. Okay, I've read it.
And you agree that the they refers to Mr. Brockman and Dr. Sutskever?
It appears so.
Ms. Ellis, do you remember reviewing this document at your deposition?
I don't know if we read it or not then, but I'll take your word on either way.
And this email specifically refers to OpenAI converting from being a nonprofit, right?
It does, though I would note there are 2 question marks at the end.
If OpenAI converted from being a nonprofit, there would no longer be an OpenAI nonprofit, right?
Objection calls for speculation. Oh,
I guess in this instantiation, that's one of the possible interpretations. Instantiate, I guess, in this sentence as phrased as such, that is, yes, a possible interpretation.
And Mr. Musk didn't respond to this email by objecting to the idea of a conversion, did he?
You tell me. I don't know if he responded at all.
You just don't know, right?
I don't know.
Let's pull up DX 644, please. These are text messages between you and Emma Gallagher from August 15th, 2017. Do you see that?
Sorry, is this I guess this is a multi-party exchange?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Teller is also on that. You see that?
Yes.
And
Certainly.
Emma Gallagher is someone who worked for Mr. Musk at the time?
That's correct.
I'm going to direct your attention midway down the page ending 721. You see you write, we should find a way to make Greg Sam A meeting 30 mins. Do you think best way to do that to make Neuralink 45 mins? You see that? It's on the screen in front of you too.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to find it in the binder. Oh, okay, hang on. Okay, I see that section.
And Greg Sam A refers to Greg Brockman and Sam Altman, right?
It must.
And you're talking here about a meeting with Mr. Musk and Mr. Brockman and Mr. Altman, correct?
Meetings, sorry, let me just read the preceding context to double check. Told her that Elon would be there. Meetings held join. Okay. Sorry, can you repeat that?
The question was, you're talking here about a meeting between Mr. Musk, Mr. Brockman, and Mr. Altman, right?
I'm not 100% certain, but I think so.
And a little further down, you write, it's not just Cerebras, it's the full discussion on immediate next step on conversion to for-profit. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Conversion to for-profit was a conversion of OpenAI from a nonprofit to a for-profit, right?
That was one of the ideas on the table.
Let's take a look at DX664, Ms. Illes. This is the document we looked at in your deposition. It's a set of notes you emailed to Sam Teller on August 30th, 2017, entitled OpenAI Starting Sketch. Do you see that?
I do.
Under operating structure at the bottom, you see there are two options listed.
Mm-hmm.
Could you read option 1 that appears there, please?
Option 1, roll everything into a B Corp. Would also include all of OpenAI.
Would also? Does that word appear there?
Would include all of OpenAI, sorry.
And a B Corp is a for-profit entity with a social mission, right?
Again, I thought it was a not-for-profit, but if it's technically a for-profit, I take your word on that.
You thought it was a not-for-profit.
I think isn't that what you call a B Corp?
So option 1 would have involved converting all of OpenAI into a B Corp, right?
As described here in an ideation document that went to none of the 4 principles, that's correct, whatever draft I'd made for Sam.
And if a B Corp is a kind of for-profit company, that would have involved converting all of OpenAI to a for-profit company, right?
This is an option listed here in an email that I drafted for my boss, yes.
Could you please read option 2 now?
Option 2, OpenAI C Corp and OpenAI nonprofit.
And this option would have involved retaining the nonprofit and creating a parallel for-profit. Is that right?
I don't know how to answer on the word parallel, but it would include both of those things.
We spoke just a moment ago about Cerebras. Mr. Brockman told you he was an investor in the company in 2017, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And that was in July of 2017?
I don't remember when, but I remember, I have a memory that Greg's an investor in Cerebras. Oh, that Greg is an investor in Cerebras. I knew that.
And you knew it in 2017, right?
I don't recall when, but in my brain, I'm like, yes, he's said that he's an investor in Cerebras.
Well, can we pull up DX 1291, please? And Your Honor, this is the document I think we'd like to admit for the limited purposes of establishing notice to an agent for Mr. Musk.
All right, so the jury, if you're taking notes, or you should, 1291 is for a limited purpose, just with respect to notice. Okay?
And Ms. Zillis, this is a lot of text messages between you and Mr. Brockman from July 12, 2017. I just want to draw your attention to the page ending in 841 at 12:34 a.m. And you'll recall we reviewed this at your deposition.
Where does it say the 841 thing?
Oh, it's the Bates number at the bottom. You see there's a long number at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Ending in
848.
841.
Oh, okay, thank you so much.
And you see a text message at 12:34 a.m. where Mr. Brockman asks you BTW, you think they'd go for a reverse merger. You see that?
I see that.
And a few texts further down, at 12:40, this is the next page, 12:44 a.m. Mr. Brockman writes, in part, we can make their chip way more valuable by building to it. Do you see that?
I think you're right. Okay, I read that.
And then at 12:45 and 12:46 a.m., you see Mr. Brockman writes, yep, I'm an investor. And this is in the context of discussions with Cerebras, right?
Yes.
So as we saw, one of the ideas discussed in 2017 was creating a new for-profit entity in addition to the nonprofit, right?
That was, yes, one of the many ideas.
But there, too, the for-profit wasn't going to be a small adjunct, was it?
Again, there are so many variants of what this could have been. I don't know how to say that because there were probably, 20 plus variants raised through time.
Wasn't the idea for this option to switch OpenAI's principal operations from the nonprofit to the for-profit?
In which what? Can you say that again?
Wasn't the idea to switch OpenAI's principal operations from the nonprofit to the for-profit?
In some versions, I think there would be a bunch that was put in there. Again, it's just hard. There's so many different variants of this that were brought up through time.
You remember that OpenAI's technology beat a human at the Dota 1v1 video game in Seattle?
Absolutely.
And you were there for that win, right?
The 1v1, yes, I was.
And the win was a very big deal for OpenAI, correct?
It was the first time a demonstration had done something.
And right after the win, you flew back from Seattle to participate in a meeting at Mr. Musk's house. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And Mr. Musk and Mr. Altman, Mr. Brockman, Dr. Sutskever were all there, right?
That's correct.
You took notes of that meeting, correct?
I believe at my deposition we reviewed that. Yes, I had.
Okay, let's take a look at those notes. This is DX 643, please. You see these are your notes from August 12th, 2017, entitled Decisions and Notes. You see that?
I do.
And at the top under OpenAI, you write, switch to for-profit in next couple of weeks. Whoa, fast. You see that?
I do.
And further down, you write, keep a subset of people at OpenAI nonprofit, likely safety and regulation oriented, but E wanted some coders there too. E is Mr. Musk, right?
It would be.
A few bullets down from there, you write, messaging around for-profit is need equity to retain true AI talent, need money for hardware. You see that?
I do see that.
And that's referring to the messaging around a for-profit OpenAI, correct?
Can you say that again?
That's referring to messaging around a for-profit OpenAI, correct?
Messaging around, yes, whatever for-profit component of OpenAI would need a story to explain why it was such a thing. Yes.
And then a little further down, you write Elon and Sam A to lock down server agreement with Satya. Unclear who will take lead, but likely Sam. Context is after E and Satya talked, Satya's team offered a shitty deal. You see that?
I do.
Over the weeks following the Dota win in 2017, there were lots of discussions between Mr. Musk, Mr. Altman, Mr. Brockman, and Dr. Sutskever about forming a for-profit OpenAI entity, correct?
There were lots of discussions about all of the options.
And you were involved in many of those discussions, right?
Some subset, yeah.
And there were disagreements over certain terms to govern the new for-profit, weren't there?
Yes, there would have been disagreements about all of the ideas, including that.
And one thing that Mr. Musk wanted was control of the new OpenAI for-profit, right?
They all jockeyed yes for different control structures, Elon included.
Mr. Musk wanted control of the OpenAI for-profit, right?
There were versions in which that was true.
And the other co-founders resisted Mr. Musk's demand for control, didn't they?
There were lots and lots of arguments about all of the different possible structures put in place at that time. Yeah.
So let's look at DX 657, which is stipulated. This is an email dated August 27th, 2017. And you see it's entitled OpenAI Notes from Today, Ms. Zillis.
I see that.
And I'd like to go to under duration of control. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
You write, a complete non-negotiable for all three of them is an ironclad agreement to not have Elon or anyone have absolutely control of AGI they create. Do you see that?
I do.
All three of them here refers to Mr. Brockman, Dr. Sutskever, and Sam Altman, right?
Let me just read the proceeding to understand the context. Okay, I've read it now. And can you repeat that?
All three of them refers to Mr. Brockman, Dr. Sutskever, and Sam Altman, right?
It must.
In the midst of these discussions about a for-profit in 2017, Mr. Musk cut off his quarterly funding of the OpenAI nonprofit, didn't he?
Sorry, just repeat the whole thing again, please.
In the midst of these discussions about a for-profit in 2017, Mr. Musk cut off his quarterly funding of the OpenAI nonprofit, didn't he?
I believe he expressed it was on hold pending.
Can we pull up DX 651, please, which is stipulated? And this is an email chain between you and Sam Teller from August 20th, 2017. And Jared Burchell is on it as well. Subject line is OpenAI possible notes. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And under funding freeze, towards the bottom of the page ending in debates number 469, you write, OpenAI is likely to realize this week that their $5 million in Q3 funding is, albeit correctly, on hold. Unsure how this will impact negotiations, but wanted to flag it since it's likely to have a big psychological impact on them if they find out. As of the date of this email, Ms. Zillis, so August 20th, Mr. Musk hadn't yet told OpenAI he'd frozen their funding, correct?
I cannot guarantee that, in as much as I remember there was the I'm not going to be a fool whatever thing. I don't remember when that happened, which would have indicated that there needs to be a commitment for funding to go forward. I just don't know how to place that in time.
Let's look at DX 669. These are text messages between you and Sam Teller about 11 days later on September 1st, 2017. Did you see that?
Okay. Let me just quickly read it short. You said until resolved funding help. Okay.
And we looked at this in your deposition too, didn't we, Ms. Zillis?
If you say we did, we did.
Mr. Teller, you see, asks you whether Elon said to Greg and Ilya that he was stopping OpenAI payments for now. And you respond that he had right after I declined. Do you see that?
Okay. If I wrote that, yeah.
Discussions about creating a for-profit OpenAI got pretty advanced, didn't they, Ms. Zillis?
Pretty advanced. I don't quite know how to parse. It was an idea that, again, they rigorously discussed.
And Mr. Musk instructed that a B Corp should be formed, right?
I know that there was an entity that was created from reviewing documents.
And that was at Mr. Musk's instruction, correct?
That would be correct.
But no B Corp actually launched at the time, right?
I don't believe so.
And Mr. Musk and his co-founders could not agree on terms, correct?
Or it did not come to fruition.
We look at PX 158, please, which is an evidence. See, this is an email chain that you're on from September 20th and 21st of 2017 that involves Mr. Musk, Mr. Altman, Mr. Brockman, and Dr. Sutskever. And I want to just ask you a couple of questions about this, Ms. Sillis, another one we looked at in your deposition. You see Mr. Altman's email at the top where he writes, "I remain enthusiastic about the nonprofit structure."
I do.
And you don't recall understanding this as a promise that Mr. Altman was making, do you?
Just get a little bit of context. Oh, this email. Okay. This particular statement, no, I would not view as a promise.
You don't recall Mr. Brockman, Mr. Altman, or Dr. Sutskever making promises to Mr. Musk of any kind in connection with OpenAI after this September 2017 email chain, do you?
I wouldn't quite say that. I remember the way that it sort of like parted per se, or when discussions sort of became much more quiet was when I believe Greg and Ilya said the thing that we would like to do is fundraise for the nonprofit in earnest, and we believe that we can do it. And then they went off and did that thing.
Your Honor, I'd like to direct the court to page 183, lines 18 to 24 of the witness's deposition.
Go ahead.
Ms. Zillis, at your deposition, you were asked the question, did you?
Action.
Sorry?
The witness has stated a different time frame than the question in the deposition.
I don't think that's true.
I don't think that's true either.
In the testimony, she says later when they.
You know what? I don't need you to coach the witness. She can read it. Of course not.
Okay.
Ms. Illis, you were asked the question, did you understand or do you have a recollection from around the time of these communications in September of 2017 of Greg, Ilya, or Sam making promises to Mr. Musk of any kind in connection with OpenAI? Your answer, I don't recall. Do you see that?
I see that.
Let's pull up PX 159, please, which your counsel asked you about earlier. This is an email thread between you and Mr. Musk, Mr. Teller from September 22nd, 2017, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the day after the email chain or the email from Mr. Altman that we just looked at, right?
I don't recall, but that's correct, that's correct.
And in your email at the bottom, you write to Mr. Musk, quick FYI that Greg and Ilya said they would like to continue with the nonprofit structure. They know they would need to provide a guarantee that they won't go off and do something else to make it work. The guarantee that you're referring to here is a condition Mr. Musk conveyed for resuming funding of the nonprofit, right?
I don't recall the exact, if there were like really defined things or not. I do remember I would be a fool to continue funding it without assurances. I just don't remember the specifics.
And this email that we're looking at does not say that Mr. Brockman or Dr. Sutskever provided the requested guarantee, does it?
It says they know it would be a requirement. It does not say they did it.
Right. And it does not say that Mr. Brockman and Dr. Sutskever agreed to Mr. Musk's conditions for resuming his funding of the nonprofit, does it?
Let me just read the top part to double check. Okay, so sorry, just repeat the same question.
It does not say that Mr. Brockman or Dr. Sutzkever agreed to Mr. Musk's conditions to resuming funding of the nonprofit, does it?
It does not say that they did it.
Let's pull up, well, actually, after you wrote this email, Mr. Brockman and Dr. Sutzkever told you they preferred to pursue a B Corp, right?
I don't recall where in moments of time all of these things landed.
Okay.
I know a B Corp was an idea on the table.
Let's look at DX 712, please. And this is an email thread between you and Mr. Teller from October 2nd of 2017. You see you list Greg and Ilya's ideal outcomes in order in the middle of the page.
I see it.
And the first listed option is revive the B Corp idea. You see that?
Quick glance, if you don't mind.
I'm just asking what the title of that section is, Ms. Illis.
With the title, Greg and Ilya's ideal outcomes in order.
And number 1 is revive the B Corp idea. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And the title of number 2 is nonprofit fundraising experiment, correct?
That's correct. And then Sam's
I'd like
are the
to,
opposite.
there's no question pending.
There was no question.
Okay. Sorry, I was just talking to myself. Apologies.
Let's take a closer look now at Mr. Musk's conditions for resuming funding of the nonprofit. This is DX 707, please. This is stipulated. And this is an email chain between you and Mr. Musk and Mr. Teller, Mr. Burchell, dated September 26th and 27th, 2017. In this email from 5:16 p.m. towards the top of the page, Mr. Musk writes, board seats need to at least roughly match the proportion of funding provided, rounding down for bigger funders and up for smaller. We should have at least 5 out of 10 seats, which is still way less than my funding percentage at 2/3. I don't need a majority, but we'll be okay with half the board. Please let them know that this is a condition of resuming funding, that and a reasonable non-solicit for 12 months. Greg and Ilya would have to commit to at least 2 years. Those are the conditions that Mr. Musk conveyed for resuming funding, correct?
The words here say that, yes.
Okay. And let's just look above that now to Mr. Teller's reply. You see, he writes, to make this concrete and to give you 4 out of 8 board seats, should we ask that Siobhan, Jared, and I join the board now? Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
You conveyed Mr. Musk's 3 conditions to Mr. Brockman and Dr. Sutzkever, didn't you?
I must have if asked.
Let's look at DX 708, please. This is an email chain from you to Mr. Teller dated September 28th, 2017. So a day after the last one we looked at. And the subject is Greg and Ilya. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
You write in the second paragraph, shared Elon's rough expectations for them to think about in advance of next week. To be precise, I did not say that you, me, Jared may take seats, but I shared that he would need 1, control in the form of equal seats for Elon versus rest of seats, 2, 2-year commitment, 3, a reasonable non-solicit. You see that?
I see that.
The them here is Mr. Brockman and Dr. Sutzkever, right?
It must be.
And then under control, you write, they claim that the only non-starter for them in the for-profit or now in the non-profit, the transfer to a long-term control structure that included many people, not just Elon. You see that?
I see that.
Let's pull up now DX 710. This is an email from you to Jared Burchell on September 28th, the same day as your email with Sam Teller we just looked at. You see that?
Yes. Wait, sorry. You said that it's a day away?
Same day.
Okay. I'll just trust that yes, it is.
Okay. And this is in the second paragraph. You write, they say they will not move forward without a guarantee to switch away from him having control. You and I can argue that's stupid all we want, but we are holding firm on it. They are holding firm on it. You see that?
Mhm.
And they again refers to Mr. Brockman and Dr. Sutskever, right?
Mhm.
Mr. Brockman and Dr. Sutskever never did agree to the terms of Mr. Musk's conditions for resuming funding of the nonprofit, did they?
I genuinely don't recall.
Your Honor, if I may, we had asked for a limiting instruction on Exhibit 710.
No, I did not have that noted.
Neither do I.
From this morning, there's no notation of that.
My understanding is that it was agreed to that under Federal Rule 105, there would be a limiting instruction.
So that's not what we discussed this morning. We can talk about it at the break and I can
Okay.
come back if needed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
With the for-profit discussions having fallen apart, no, with the for-profit discussions having fallen apart at the end of at the end of September 2017, Mr. Brockman and Dr. Sutskever and Mr. Altman tried to make the nonprofit work, right?
I believe it was Greg and Ilya initially who went on the fundraising mission for the nonprofit.
So you just don't recall Mr. Altman being involved in the fundraising?
Again, from my best recollection, it was initially Greg and Ilya who went out. I just don't recall at which point Sam became more deeply involved.
And Mr. Musk proposed an easier way to get funding would be to join Tesla. Do you remember that?
I don't remember where it sat in time, but that was absolutely something that came up.
Let's look at DX 715. This is an email chain between you and Sam Teller dated October 20th, 2017. You see the subject line is Ilya.
I do, yeah.
And your email at the bottom is a report of a call that you had with Dr. Sutskever. You see that?
Got it. Yeah, I read it. Thank you.
And the first bullet reads, his first preference is to stick with nonprofit if able to raise sufficient funds. Rationale is easiest to keep clean moral high ground for recruiting in the nonprofit structure. Is still struggling to understand the recruiting story at Tesla. You had been speaking, Ms. Illes, with Dr. Sutskever about the prospect of OpenAI pursuing its work within Tesla, correct?
It looks like from this email we had a discussion about it.
And you had those discussions with Dr. Sutskever on behalf of Mr. Musk, right?
I mean, I talk to Greg, Ilya, and Sam all the time about whatever things were on our minds.
Your Honor, we had also asked for a limiting instruction for Exhibit DX 715 on the same basis, and that's the basis by which we stipulated to the document.
Not this morning, you cannot. Again, we'll talk about it in the morning.
Okay.
Break. And just to be clear, nothing in the 700s was requested. Received.
In the last sentence of the first bullet, you write, Tesla solves the funding issue immediately. Do you see that?
Sorry, where is that?
In the last sentence of the second bullet?
The second bullet.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tesla solves the yes. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And this was one reason you offered Dr. Sutskever in advocating that OpenAI should do its work in Tesla, right? This was one reason that you offered Dr. Sutskever in advocating that OpenAI should do its work in Tesla.
I don't know that advocating is the right word. It was a data point provided.
So you don't think you were advocating for Dr. Sutskever to join Tesla?
In general, I was trying to remove my own bias the best I could.
Was Mr. Musk advocating for it?
I believe that he was.
And you were conveying his advocacy to Dr. Sutskever, right?
I don't think that's fair. I think I just answered questions to the best of my ability.
In the very last sentence of your email, you write, Tesla at least has option to bury. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And by option to bury, you meant not share the work, right?
Not entirely. The context around something like this was, at the time, there was a belief held by all four parties, principal parties actually, that there are multiple phases to this whole AGI thing. In the early phase, it essentially behooves you to make sure you do not ignite an arms race. If you believe that AGI is more likely to be bad for humanity than good, stands to reason you want it to happen as late as possible. And there were a lot of discussions, regardless of structure, of how do we not ignite race conditions.
And burying meant not sharing, though, in that context, right?
It would have just been a small thing in a big C, is the point, more than anything else.
Yeah. Well, would burying have involved sharing the work?
Again, it couldn't have been not shared at all, but the point is it would have been very small in the overall context.
Let's look at DX 716, please. This is another chain we looked at in your deposition. And it's from October 21st and 22nd, 2017. The subject line is Greg and Ilya. You see the chain starts with an email from you on October 21st, 2017 that begins, "So clearly prefer the nonprofit if possible." You see that?
Yes.
And in your third bullet, you write, "They haven't internalized the advantages of burying this in Tesla for stealth advantage. They are not naturally hardwired as maneuverers." Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And burying here means hiding from the world, right?
Again, I would say small fish in giant pond.
Stealth advantage means gaining an advantage by secrecy, right?
Again, by not proclaiming everything as loudly as you possibly could, sure.
Now, Tesla was a for-profit company, correct?
Yes, for-profit company that nonetheless has disclosed that its core goal is sustainability and helping humanity. As one of the unique public companies that has always shared with investors that its primary goal is sustainability and doing things that are good for humanity.
Right, so a for-profit entity can have a social mission, right?
Sure.
And Tesla is still a for-profit today, isn't it?
That's correct.
Mr. Musk sat on the board of Tesla in 2017,
I believe he would have.
and he was its CEO, correct?
Yes, he would have been.
And in late 2017, Mr. Musk was planning to create an AGI lab within Tesla with or without the people from OpenAI, wasn't he?
I've reviewed documents that show that was an idea on paper.
So now you see that after your deposition, is that right?
I have reviewed documents that show that was definitely an idea on paper.
Let's look at DX 728. The top two emails here are between you and Mr. Teller on December 22nd, 2017. You see that?
Okay.
And the email from you at 4:04 p.m., you're forwarding to Mr. Teller an update from Ilya Sutskever about OpenAI. Do you see that?
Oh, whoa. Okay, this is long. Going Ilya to.
I'm sorry. This is actually from Sam Altman. And Ms. Illis, I'm not going to draw your attention to the whole paragraph or the whole email at the bottom. I want to focus on the email at the top from Mr. Teller.
Okay.
Okay. You see, Mr. Teller writes, E said again yesterday that his overall biggest concern remains AI stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that once we are stable with Model 3, he really plans to ratchet up time allocation. Reiterated that he thinks very low probability of OpenAI succeeding at AGI, and we need to build up Tesla. But as you've said, there's a lot of detail missing from the picture. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
In late fall of 2017, you started organizing an event to launch an AGI lab within Tesla called Tesla AI. Isn't that right?
Can you say that sentence again? I don't think the sentence in its full form is correct, but I want to hear it.
Why don't we look at a document? I'll withdraw the question. DX 724.
DX7.
This is an email chain dated November 27th, 2017 between you and several Tesla employees. Do you see that?
Mhm.
And the subject line is Tesla AI event, first draft of FAQs. You see that?
I do.
In your email initiating this chain, near the bottom of the page ending in 597, you write, per our call, here's a first stab at an FAQ for thinking through the Tesla AI event. You see that?
I do.
And this was an event you were planning for the annual NIPS conference, correct?
That we were planning, yes.
Under the heading, the event, after the question, what is the event? Could you please read the first sentence?
The purpose of this event is to share that Tesla is building a world-leading artificial intelligence lab ? Which will rival the likes of Google DeepMind and Facebook AI research. The attendees of this event will rival the likes of Google/DeepMind and Facebook AI research.
That's the only sentence you need to read, Ms. Sillis. And Google DeepMind and Facebook AI research were OpenAI's principal competitors at the time, right?
I think that's a fair statement.
And they were working on building AGI.
They were a blend.
They were not working on AI for cars, that's right?
Not for cars specifically, but both were a blend of applied AI and kind of the more central AGI mission.
And then on the next page, under why share this message, in the last sentence of the paragraph, you write, those who want to work on large-scale AI research don't currently think of Tesla. And Elon wants to change that by announcing his intention to create a world-class AI lab. You see that?
I see that it says that in this draft.
And let's go down to what is Tesla AI in the middle of the page ending in 498. And can you please read what appears in brackets here in blue font?
I need to figure out how much to disclose here. Some of the...
Okay, so you need to speak up,
Okay.
speak clearly and into the mic.
Need to figure out how much to disclose here. Some of the strategy had yet to be defined, and some of it may be deeply proprietary. The challenge here will be figuring out a message that's appealing to the group, that's shareable.
And then under who, towards the top of the page ending in 599, you have Jim Keller, Andre Karpathy, Elon Musk, and Sam Altman with 2 question marks. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
At the time you wrote this document, Mr. Musk was still hoping to bring Mr. Altman to Tesla, correct?
I don't recall where this sits in time. There was a time where that was on the table.
You recall Mr. Musk offered or discussed offering Mr. Altman a board seat at Tesla.
I do. I just don't know where it sits in time.
In early 2018, Mr. Musk continued to try to persuade his co-founders to join Tesla and pursue AGI there, didn't he?
Sorry, I didn't process the month. When was the time frame?
Early 2018?
That would have been an idea on the table then. I can't recall if it was also in 2017. I just don't remember the exact time frame.
Okay, let's look at DX 753, please. These are text messages between you and Mr. Altman on February 3rd, 2018. And you start the chain by writing, sorry if we talked about this, but did you think through B Corp subsidiary of Tesla? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
A B Corp subsidiary of Tesla would be a for-profit public benefit company within Tesla, right?
Yes.
Mr. Altman didn't agree to a B Corp subsidiary of Tesla, did he?
It says, interesting idea, had not considered, will think. That did not end up coming to fruition.
And neither did Mr. Musk's other co-founders, correct?
None of them ended up joining Tesla.
Let's look at DX 754. This is an email chain between you and Mr. Teller dated February 3rd, 2018.
Mm-hmm.
We can pull it up. We have it on the screen. And this is the same day as your text message with Mr. Altman that we just looked at, right?
I don't remember that date, but it was that right here.
In the bottom email at 10:18, you begin with the words, all signs point to not Tesla for Greg and Ilya. Altman seems most open, and E could probably win him over with a real plan if he wanted to. You see that?
I see that.
And E is Mr. Musk, right?
It would be.
Ultimately, though, none of Mr. Brockman, Dr. Sutskever, Mr. Altman, yes. Okay. None of Mr. Brockman, Dr. Sutskever, and Mr. Altman agreed to join Tesla, correct?
They did not join Tesla.
You resigned.
I'm sorry, if I might just preserve the same issue for the break on DX 754. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Musk resigned from OpenAI's board effective February 21st, 2018, right?
Is it the 20th?
It might be the 20th. 20th or 21st? Okay. Am I right that you don't recall Mr. Musk resigning from OpenAI to pursue AGI at Tesla?
The reason I remember he provided for resigning from the board was that essentially things were getting murkier as it related to talent, because there had previously been a distinct researchers pool and a distinct engineers pool, and these things were starting to blend together. And he felt that there might be essentially contention for same talent in the market. So he wanted to recuse himself for the same talent in the market. Sorry.
So you don't recall him resigning from OpenAI to pursue AGI at Tesla?
I mean, he ultimately didn't end up doing that, but there's still talent contention.
That was not my question. My question was, do you recall Mr. Musk resigning from OpenAI to pursue AGI at Tesla?
I recall the stated reason in my recollection was the one I provided you.
So you disagree with the statement, just to be clear. You disagree. You do not recall Mr. Musk resigning from OpenAI to pursue AGI at Tesla.
I don't recall that as being the stated reason for the resignation specifically.
Let's look at DX 758, please. This is an email that you sent to Mr. Musk on February 13th, 2018, and it's entitled OpenAI Possible Scenarios. You see that?
Is it entitled that? Oh, it's not in my... Oh, yes, I see it.
Oh, sorry, the
OpenAI
attachment.
/ possible AI scenarios. Yes.
Okay. And in the second paragraph of the bottom email, you write, you've said you aren't sure if there is or isn't a worthwhile experiment to run for an AGI counterbalance at this point. I realize how short you are on time, so I suspended disbelief for a moment to jot down a set of possible paths forward attached. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And in the attachment that starts at the page, well, the attachment is the next page, and I want to look at this first page ending in 749. You see, you then lay out over the ensuing pages 9 different scenarios for the AGI counterbalance. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And scenarios 1, 2, and 3 all involve Tesla AI, right?
Mm-hmm.
Scenario 4 on the page ending in 750 is the one that you suggested to Mr. Altman in your February 2018 text. OpenAI becomes a B Corp subsidiary of Tesla. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, could you just say yes or no?
Yes,
That's
sorry.
the question.
Yes.
Thank you. Scenario 5 is Altman as anchor for Tesla AI, right?
It is.
And this you describe as do Tesla AI properly, but have Altman run it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Scenario 6, you describe as finding a way to get Demis. Yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Demis is Demis Hassabis, the leader of Google DeepMind, right?
That's correct.
And the idea here was for Mr. Musk to recruit Mr. Hassabis to work for him, right?
Okay. Yes, it is.
Okay. And look at scenario 8 now, please, on the page ending in 752. and that's entitled Stick with OpenAI, right?
Yes.
Here you write under what Altman becomes CEO, they do an equity offering instead of a private CEO or private ICO. You see that? Yes. And nonprofits don't have equity, do they, Ms. Ellis?
Well, in this case, it would have to be a not nonprofit component that would have done that part. Yes.
And next to why here you write, they still hope for a world where this can happen and would welcome it. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then under cons, the first line here is, he doesn't do his own thing. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And he there means Mr. Musk, right?
It does.
The final scenario here is OpenAI, Tesla, concrete partnership and division of labor. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And for cons, here you write, falls apart if he does his own lab, so could only be done if no line of sight to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Many of the scenarios, well, actually, let me just ask you, the day Mr. Musk told OpenAI he was resigning, you and he discussed people to poach from OpenAI for Tesla AI, right?
He did ask for input. I don't remember what day it was on, but I recall that I've reviewed documents that show he asked for some input, correct?
Let's look at DX 761. This, Ms. Zillis, is a document that your lawyer asked you about in direct examination, and you recall you gave your understanding of what you meant by various text messages in this chain. You remember that from just about an hour ago?
Understanding of what I meant by various text exchanges? So
Yes.
What is that?
For example, you see,
We addressed the first couple of pieces, yes.
yeah, if you look at, do you prefer that text message at 4:01 a.m.? Could you just read that out loud again?
Yes. Do you prefer I stay close and friendly to OpenAI to keep info flowing or begin to disassociate? Trust game is about to get tricky, so any guidance for how to do right by you is appreciated.
And you offered your understanding of what you meant by that, right? To your lawyer just a little bit ago?
I did.
But you don't actually recall that exchange, do you, Ms. Ellis?
It's tough to say I recall it now because I've read it multiple times.
Well, you didn't recall it at your deposition, did you?
I don't believe I did.
And Ms. Ellis, your deposition, you joined Mr. Musk's suit in late 2024, right?
I don't recall the time frame.
Well, do you recall that your deposition was about 10 months after you filed suit?
If you say that's the case, yes.
And you had plenty of notice about that deposition, didn't you?
Sure.
You spent 6 or 7 hours with lawyers in advance of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you read a lot of documents that were from forever ago as you testified, right? And you still said you could not recall the exchange in DX 761, right?
I don't believe I recalled this exact exchange.
And several months more have now passed since the events in question, right?
Mm-hmm.
And today you testify for the first time to your understanding of this exchange, right?
I have reviewed this document multiple times at this point.
And you asked the jury to believe that your long lost memories have since been recovered, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I mean, again, I've shared. Oh, sustained.
Argument. System.
Well, let's look back at this text exchange. Mr. Musk responds, close and friendly, but we are going to actively try to move 3 or 4 people from OpenAI to Tesla. More than that will join over time, but we won't actively recruit them. You see that?
I do.
And then a little further down, Mr. Musk writes, if we go after 4 people, who besides the 2 I spoke to today? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Which 2 OpenAI employees had Mr. Musk already spoken to that day?
I don't believe it's referenced here. I think it might have been through document review. It might have been Wojciech and Scott, but I'm not 100% certain.
And could you please read your response?
Depends on what you want to do. By the way, Andre actually doesn't think highly of Wojciech and thinks 0 probability of robotic path leading to AGI, just FYI. If the software side There's a guy named Igor who's pioneering multi-agent stuff.
Andre is Andre Karpathy, a researcher that Mr. Musk had already recruited from OpenAI, right?
That's correct.
And to be clear, Tesla reached out to Mr. Karpathy and not the other way around. Isn't that right? Tesla reached out to Mr. Karpathy and not the other way around. Isn't that right?
If Elon is Tesla, it was Elon.
Elon reached out to Mr. Karpathy and not the other way around.
That's correct.
Let's pull up DX 619. Ms. Zillis, these are text messages between you and Mr. Teller and Emma Gallagher on June 9th, 2017. You see that?
690. Okay.
You see Ms. Gallagher messages you signed offer in hand for Andre.
Mhm.
And you respond with an excited expletive.
It is an expletive.
And a bit further down, Mr. Teller asks, why does E plan to announce, or when does E plan to announce to team any sense of how mad OpenAI will be? Happy face. You see that?
Mhm.
E is Mr. Musk here.
It is.
OpenAI would be mad because no one had told them about Mr. Karpathy's recruitment to Tesla. Isn't that right?
Elon had not yet shared it with them.
Okay. And you respond here, good question on OpenAI. Talked to Greg today and he clearly had no idea. That's Greg Brockman, right? And it was clear to you that Mr. Brockman didn't know yet that Mr. Musk had recruited away one of OpenAI's researchers, right?
That's what's written there.
I'd like to look at DX 761 again. And just drawing your attention again to the text that begins, depends what you want to do, the one that you read out. You see that, Ms. Zillis?
Mhm.
And you made reference to Wojciech. Wojciech is Wojciech Zaremba, right?
That's correct.
And Igor is that Igor Babushkin?
I have no idea.
You just don't recall as you sit here today.
I don't recall.
You write in the middle of the page, I actually think some probability you could get Ilya if you wanted him, but don't know if you do. Ilya is Ilya Sutskever, right?
That's correct.
By the way, do you know of any other Igors associated with OpenAI?
So many people there. I have no idea.
Any other Igors come to mind from 2017 or 2018?
No, I have no idea which Igor this is.
And then let's look at Mr. Musk's message a little further down towards the bottom of the page. There is little chance of OpenAI being a serious force if I focus on Tesla AI. You see that?
I do.
And Tesla AI was the competitor AGI lab that Mr. Musk wanted to build. Isn't that right?
Again, it was an idea on paper. He didn't build it.
Let's look at DX 766. And these are some text messages. Actually, before we go there, let's pull up PX 167, which your lawyer showed you, Ms. Zillis. And this is another exchange that we looked at in your deposition. You recall your lawyer was asking you questions about this exchange and you gave answers as to your understanding.
What is the number of the document?
PX 167, it's on the screen in front of you. And it's in the other binder that your lawyer gave you, not the one that I gave you.
Okay.
You remember looking at this?
Yes.
This is another exchange you didn't recall at your deposition, isn't that right?
You showed it to me at my deposition, and then I read it then.
And you didn't recall anything about the exchange at that time when I showed you the document, isn't that right?
I had vague recollection of at some point talking to Sam about trust frameworks, but I don't remember the rest of it.
Okay. Let's look at DX 766. And these are text messages from the next day, February 17th, 2018. And these are between you and Mr. Teller. You see at the bottom of the page ending in 601, you write BTW you advice when you have a moment. E asked Andre to send a list of top OpenAI people to poach. Do you see that? Do you see that message? Mm-hmm. And Mr. Musk had asked Andre Karpathy to compile a list of OpenAI employees to pursue an effort to build an AGI lab within Tesla. Isn't that right?
It looks like he asked him to do that.
And Mr. Musk was still on OpenAI's board at this time, wasn't he?
For 3 days, yes.
Tesla never announced that it had established an AGI lab. Isn't that right?
All it ever happening.
Before Mr. Musk left OpenAI's board, Sam Altman told you that OpenAI was considering forming a for-profit, right?
The last thing you showed me said his first preference was the nonprofit. I don't know when in time that conversation would have happened.
Let's look at DX756, please. This is an email chain between you and Sam Teller from February 9th, 2018. And that's about 2 weeks after, or 2 weeks before Mr. Musk left OpenAI's board, right?
Your Canadian about just betrayed you.
Yes, we are fellow Canadians. It's about 2 weeks, right? Before?
Yeah, almost a week and a half.
And in your email at 11:54 p.m., you write in the first paragraph, they seem pretty set on doing the OpenAI thing. Elon can support or he can choose not to. They, of course, hope to be friends. Greg and Ilya definitely don't want to do Tesla. Altman is increasingly that way, though could be convinced if Elon came to a plan they both believed in. They all think Elon is an incredible human being, but that he really hasn't done his homework, AI, AGI, and that really concerns them about working with them. Do you see that?
I do.
And this is a report you're giving of a discussion you had with Mr. Brockman, Dr. Sutskever, and Mr. Altman, right?
Does it say anywhere it was all those people? This is a long document. I didn't read all of it.
Well, the paragraph that we just went over referred to Greg, Ilya, and Altman. You see that?
Okay, Greg and Ilya definitely don't want to. Altman is increasing. Okay, yes, I see all three are mentioned.
Okay. Then you write in the next paragraph, only outstanding item is structure of financing, which Altman will know in a week. He said he wanted to run the final plan by you, me, then to Elon. It will either be private SAFT.
What does that mean?
I'm asking the questions, private SAFT or a more traditional equity offering as a for-profit or B Corp. You see that?
Your Honor, I'll just note for the record the same issue for the break with DX756.
It will either be a private SAFT or a more traditional equity offerings of for-profit or B.
Okay. Okay. And you shared with Mr. Musk that OpenAI was considering an equity offering as a for-profit or B Corp, right? That OpenAI was considering an equity offering as a for-profit or B Corp?
I don't recall exactly who shared what when.
Let's look at DX754. This is an email chain between you and Mr. Musk and Mr. Teller on February 11th, 2018, 2 days after the email we just looked at. And in your email at 11:17 p.m., you write, Elon, OpenAI hasn't fully decided anything, but quick update on their thinking.
Wait, sorry, I think I'm in the wrong. What's the number?
Oh, did I misread it? I'm sorry, 757.
I didn't appear to have one. Is the full thing on the screen? I have.
Let's zoom out so the witness can see.
You can approach.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Reopen AI in this upcoming week. Okay.
And you see, the sentence I was drawing your attention to is where you write, Elon OpenAI hasn't fully decided anything but quick update on their thinking. You see that?
Mhm.
And then you write, Greg, Ilya, and Altman seem to be leaning towards continuing with OpenAI. They had a chance to speak with Andre per your recommendation, but they still seem pretty tied to OpenAI, especially Greg and Ilya. You see that?
Mhm.
And Andre here is Andre Karpathy, right?
Must be.
A little bit further down, you write, if they do stick with the current structure, they will try to significantly ramp up fundraising. They're still not sure whether they'll stay a nonprofit and focus on donations, figure out a structure for an equity fundraise, or do a private version of the token offering you guys had discussed before. They said they'd have more clarity in a week or two. You see that?
Yeah. Okay.
I think you testified to this earlier, but after Mr. Musk left OpenAI's board, you stayed on as a paid advisor to OpenAI. Is that right?
I don't remember the financial arrangement, but I was an advisor.
In August of 2018, Mr. Altman shared the term sheet for a new structure with Mr. Musk. You remember that?
Can you say the date range again?
August of 2018?
I don't remember when it was, but I do recall at some point at least Sam coming to Deer Creek to meet with Elon.
So let's pull up DX 827. You see this is an email from Mr. Altman to you, or to Mr. Musk, copying Sam Teller and you on August 31st, 2018. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Altman attaches a summary term sheet for OpenAI LP starting at the next page ending in 643. Do you see that?
Summary term sheet. Yes, I see it.
And you don't recall discussing this term sheet with Mr. Musk, is that right?
I remember that at least Sam, and it might have been other people. Again, keep in mind I'm working on 7 zillion projects at the time. 7 zillion, it's a precise quantitative term. But I do recall one day when I was working at Tesla, it was at least Sam that came in. And if I'm not mistaken, the reason it sticks out in my head is I think this bolded portion was in bright red. And so again, I don't believe I was a part of that meeting, but I know he came there and I know there was some big red text on a document.
You did study the term sheet and summarize it for Mr. Teller and Mr. Burchell, isn't that right?
I've reviewed materials that indicate that I did.
So let's look at DX 830, please. This is an email from you starting halfway down the page. And it's dated August 31st, 2018. It's to Mr. Burchell and Mr. Teller. And you begin by saying, realize there's a lot on the go, but I think it's critical to ensure Elon is able to come to the right decision for himself on OpenAI now. Once they close 500 million raise in this structure, it is going to be a big
slowdown.
It is going to be a big deal and relatively irreversible. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then on the next page, in the 4th point, you write, Elon needs to decide, this is point number 4 in this box. Elon needs to decide A, how he wants to be affiliated, B, what edits to financial structure he'd advocate for if he's involved, C, how he wants his donations to be treated. You see that?
I do.
And initially, Mr. Musk wanted to talk to Reid Hoffman as a next step in considering his options for the new Reid Hoffman. Initially, Mr. Musk wanted to talk to Reid Hoffman as a next step in considering his options for the new OpenAI for-profit, right?
I don't recall if it was a recommendation that he talked to Reid or whether he proactively wanted to. I just don't remember how it came about, but it is a thing listed there. A call with Reid seems like a good option.
Can we look just to see DX 824, please? And these are text messages between you and Reina Ortiz. August 27th, 2018. You see that?
I do.
And Ms. Ortiz was another of Mr. Musk's employees at the time, correct?
An assistant, yes.
Okay. And at 4:55 p.m. in your second message, you ask Ms. Ortiz, do you know if Reed meeting happened yet or happened? Do you see that?
Yes. Do you know if Reed meeting happened?
And then a little further down, she responds, Reed Hoffman. And you say, yeah. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then towards the top of the next page, you write, Reed is 100 million to 250 M of the potential 500 M round, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what you meant there is that Reed Hoffman was planning to invest between 100 million and 250 million in OpenAI's for-profit fundraise, right?
Was this the for-profit fundraise or the donation round? I don't recall which of these two things.
Then let's go to right after that.
Mm-hmm.
You say Elon said he wanted to talk to Reed as a next step. Okay, you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But that conversation with Mr. Hoffman didn't happen, did it?
I don't believe that it did.
Let's look at DX 835, please. Email here is from you to Sam Teller on September 9th, 2018. Under other notes, the bullet 2, you write here, OpenAI, Reed Hoffman call, no longer a need to schedule. You see that?
Okay, I see that.
And then you write, just for awareness, Elon does not need to do the Reed call because he's decided to be supportive in spirit of OpenAI, but not participate in the new instrument. Do you see that?
I see that.
And the new instrument was the capitalization of OpenAI's for-profit. Isn't that right?
Again, there was a donation round and then a initial for-profit thing. Again, I'm going to trust wherever you place this in time.
So you're just not sure if this is about the nonprofit or the for-profit?
There were two things that happened. Again, there's a lot going on. I just don't remember what landed where in time.
Mr. Musk didn't end up investing in OpenAI's for-profit, right?
He did not.
He had decided to just be supportive in spirit, correct?
That's what this says. I don't know
Microsoft.
if things changed at any point, but that's, I said, I don't know if this was a final definitive thing, but this is what is said in this email.
Microsoft did invest in the new structure in 2019, right? Well, let's look at something that might refresh your memory. Let's look at DX 877. This is a press release dated July 22nd, 2019, entitled Microsoft Invests in and Partners with OpenAI to Support Us Building Beneficial AGI. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
After Microsoft's investment was announced, Mr. Musk told you he thought the deal was impressive, didn't he?
I reviewed something that said that yes. I don't have it in my independent memory, but apparently.
Let's look at DX 900, please. This is your text message to Sam Altman on July 22nd, 2019, same date as the blog post. And you write in this first message, congrats. I'm sure you're in touch with him too, but when I pinged E, the blog post, he mentioned he thought it was an impressive deal by you guys. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
E is Mr. Musk, right?
Must be.
And the blog post was the announcement of OpenAI's deal with Microsoft, right?
As long as these are co-present in time, it must be.
Okay. After that investment was announced,
I'm sorry, 11:40. Is this a good time?
that is a good time to stop. Yes, thank you.
All right, we'll take our second recess with the jury. I will stand in recess for 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury.
All right, Ms. Zillis, you're in the middle of your cross-examination, which means that you are not, you may not, you're ordered not to have any discussion with your lawyers or anyone about your testimony or anything that's happening in this lawsuit. You understand? Okay, you can leave the courtroom now.
Thank you. May be seated.
We'll start up promptly in 20 minutes, Ms. Lewis.
Court is in recess.
Not yet in recess. What is the deal with these exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor, Alex Einen for the plaintiff. Ms. Eddy did note on the record this morning that many of the exhibits that she sought pre-admission for we had requested limiting instructions with respect to those exhibits.
Well, she may have said that, but the plaintiffs only identified certain ones, and those are the ones that I marked in my notes.
Yes, I believe in the list at the front of your witness binder, the documents for which limiting instructions are sought and where the basis for the stipulation are noted.
When were you going to tell me that?
I apologize for not raising it earlier. We thought we would raise it as Ms. Eddy moved the documents in.
I had understood. I apologize.
The point of having you all do this at 8:30 is so that we do not waste time. I don't know how many times I have to tell you that for you to understand.
Understood, Your Honor. That's certainly not our intention.
So I'm looking at these, and again, I don't see a notation here of request for limiting instruction on this chart.
In the front of your binder, it's in the.
I'm looking at the front of the binder.
Let me get my binder. It's I think it's the same.
There is a chart.
So it's under objections. For example, for Exhibit 710, which is one of the.
So there are lots of objections. Many of them have been withdrawn. The whole. Okay. I want to know right now, every single one where you're asking for a limiting instruction and what the instruction is supposed to be, whether that was negotiated prior to coming in, and whether there is an agreement.
Yes, Your Honor. So for the ones that have been discussed during Ms. Zillis's examination, 710, we requested, I think for the next 4 of these, we requested a limiting instruction that the underlying statements by, for example, Mr. Sutzkever, Mr. Brockman, or Mr. Altman are not to be taken for their truth. And so those exhibits that have been discussed thus far in the examination are 710, 715, I believe 754, and 756.
Is that agreed?
Your Honor, I thought all those objections or requests for limiting instructions had been withdrawn based on this morning, but we don't have an objection to that.
What else are you asking for? And if they're not to be taken for their truth, what are they taken for?
My understanding, and I'm sure Ms. Eddy will correct me if I'm not correct, is that they were being offered either to show state of mind or in some instances just to show the fact of communication between the parties during this period of negotiations.
And why are they not, right, what else?
Could we have an
else?
Opportunity to discuss that over break with Ms. Eddy?
Well, how long is it going to take?
About 5 minutes, I think would be fine.
Okay, I'll be back here in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Court is in recess.
We're back on the record. The record will reflect the parties are present, the jury is not. All right, where are we on these exhibits?
We're all set, Your Honor. We would just request the limiting instruction for those 4 exhibits I mentioned earlier, which are 710, 715, 754, and 756. And we just request that Your Honor instruct the jury something to the effect of some of Ms. Zillis's, the documents that were shown to Ms. Zillis contain out-of-court statements that were shown to Ms. Zillis contain out-of-court statements by other individuals. Those statements are not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
And for what purpose are they being offered?
to show notice, course of dealings between the parties, and state of mind.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have 3 more minutes before we get started.
Back in session.
I'll adjourn back in. Where's my witness? The witness? Okay. You can all be seated. Thank you. Before we resume, just a note on some of these exhibits. So 710, 715, 754, and 756. These are all some of the email, like or text change between Ms. Illes and the parties. And with respect to those other people's statements, so not hers, but those other people's statements, I'm allowing the exhibits to come into evidence, but those statements are not being accepted for the truth of what's in there, only to show you that someone had notice or to show you the course of dealing between the various parties or to show that other person's state of mind. So she can't, you've heard me say this before, she can't testify as to someone else's state of mind. We're going to hear from everybody. But that doesn't mean the exhibits can't come in for a limited purpose. So that's the purpose that you're being admitted. Okay? All right. The jury's all shaking their heads yes. They're going to get an A in evidence. And we're going to keep going. Is that?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Illes, as a member of OpenAI's board, you owed a duty to act in the best interests of OpenAI's mission, right?
That's correct.
And your duties meant you needed to be adequately informed before making decisions on behalf of the company.
That's correct.
You knew that a failure to inform yourself adequately would breach your duty of care, right?
Sure.
Sorry.
Yes, sure.
And you, in fact, satisfied yourself that you had adequate information before making decisions on behalf of OpenAI, right?
I did.
You were on the board of OpenAI in March 2021 when the board approved the $2 billion deal with Microsoft, right?
I was.
In fact, you were a member of the special committee that reviewed and recommended approval of that transaction. Isn't that right?
I believe in documents reviewed, yes, that one I was on the committee. In documents reviewed that says that I was on that particular deal committee, yes.
So you didn't recall that at your deposition, but you recall it now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were on the board of OpenAI in January 2023 when the board approved the $10 billion deal with Microsoft, right?
That's correct.
And in your capacity as a director of OpenAI, you did in fact approve both those deals, right?
Yes.
And when you approved those deals, you did so consistent with your fiduciary duties, right?
That's correct.
The question you faced as a board member was, how do you fulfill the needed resources to try to create good in the world while trading off as little as possible to detract from the mission, right?
That's correct.
Fulfilling the needed resources required investment from private entities, correct?
It didn't necessitate private entities, if we're being precise, but it needed resources to fulfill the goal.
Your Honor, I'd like to play the video at 268, 5 to 20 of Ms. Illes' deposition.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Did you believe that both of the transactions with Microsoft that you signed off on, 2021 and 2023, served the mission of OpenAI? I don't recall the specific details, of course. ever was Microsoft always would have been a nonprofit structure that they have provided the resources, but the reality is the resources were not that, and so it was a question of how do you fulfill the needed resources to try to create within the world while trading off as little as possible to the fact that right, and that required investment from private actors, right? But
So I just want to note before you continue, because we are streaming this to another room, we have our system on as loud as we can. And I don't know about your system, but it's not working as well as I think we would all like it to work. It's not very loud. So perhaps all you tech folks can help us figure out how to make that happen, given that, again, courts have limited resources. Any assistance you could provide in that regard, I think would be appreciated, I know, by us and perhaps by everyone who's trying to listen. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Illes, you would not have approved a deal with Microsoft that didn't seem like it had an appropriate trade-off, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Altman sometimes asked you for advice about discussing OpenAI's Microsoft relationship with Mr. Musk, isn't that right?
He very well may have.
Let's look at DX 925, please. These are text messages Mr. Altman sends you on October 18th, 2020. Do you see that?
Okay. Yeah. Is it cut off or is that it?
Sorry?
Is this it? Just
Yep.
these two things?
Yep, just these two things. And you see, he asks, still think a good idea for me to ping Elon for advice on the MSFT fundraise? If so, this is about the time for me to do it. You see that?
Mhm.
And MSFT is Microsoft, right?
Must be.
Then he adds, I am positively inclined. Do you see that?
I did.
Now let's pull up DX. And actually, before we do, just note the date here is October 18th, 2020. And let's pull up DX 926, please. You see, these are text messages at 12 a.m. the next day, the 19th. And you see, you recommend to Mr. Altman that he ping more often than less on stuff like this, on stuff like OpenAI's Microsoft fundraise, right?
That's part of the sentence. It completes with as long as it's not feeling adversarial.
And in your second message at 12:02 a.m., you write, low probability, but the only thing I wonder is if he'll pull the you should have gone to Tesla card on you. You see that?
I do.
And you were referring to OpenAI's refusal to join Tesla, correct? OpenAI's refusal to join Tesla.
I guess Sam, Greg, and Ilya's decline on that behalf.
And after the January 2023 deal with Microsoft was made public, Mr. Musk tweeted criticism of it, right?
If you say so.
Well, let's look at DX 1145, please. And the second page of the exhibit, ending in 693, at the bottom you see Mr. Musk posts, OpenAI was created as an open source, which is why I named it OpenAI, nonprofit company to serve as a counterweight to Google, but now it has become a closed source, maximum profit company effectively controlled by Microsoft. Not what I intended at all. You see that?
I do.
And you told Mr. Altman at the time that you knew the structure was not maximum profit and that Microsoft was not in control. Isn't that right?
The deal I approved, I was in favor of.
And you, in fact, told Mr. Altman at the time that you knew the structure was not maximum profit and that Microsoft was not in control. Isn't that right?
Did I say any of those words?
Well, let's take a look, I guess. Let's look at DX 1451, which has been marked only for identification. And Your Honor, I'd like to approach with the witness, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Illis, I've handed you text messages between you and Mr. Altman from February 17th and 18th, 2023. Do you see that?
Yes. And what was the date? Oh, I see. February 17th. Okay.
And drawing your attention to the text message around the middle of the page at 4:29 p.m., you see that you give Mr. Altman some advice.
Okay.
Should I see
It's
that?
not long. Should I just read it?
Sure.
Okay.
I object, Your Honor. So is this document in evidence?
It is not in evidence. It's being used for impeachment.
Okay, where? I don't see.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. The court needs a copy.
I have a copy. Wait,
okay.
there are lots of entries. I'm trying.
At 4:29 p.m. in the middle of the page.
Okay, what's?
And you see the text message beginning, if it were me.
Just ask the question.
In that text message, did you write, if it were me?
Objection, Your Honor. This is being used to refresh the witness's recollection. She said, I don't recall.
She said it's for impeachment.
I think I can impeach on don't recall. No. If not, I'm happy to refresh the witness's recollection.
To refresh. You didn't
Okay.
say it under oath. I mean, that is, it's not like this was for deposition.
Okay.
So,
Ms. Illis, just drawing your attention to the text message at 4:29 p.m. Does that refresh your recollection that you told Mr. Altman at the time you knew the structure was not maximum profit and that Microsoft was not in control?
I don't recall writing this, but let me just read the sentence. It was. I see the words I've written.
That refresh your recollection that you in fact said those words.
It's not in my neurons, but like it's not in my, like, it's not in my brain. It's not in my neurons, but I see the words written here.
And you left OpenAI's board in February 2023, right? We established that.
Yes.
And since then, you've had no involvement with OpenAI, correct?
Nothing formal, no.
After you left the board, you stopped having firsthand information about OpenAI, right?
That's correct.
And after the board, in fact, you very purposefully did not keep in touch with people at OpenAI out of respect?
Not on any detailed technical matter, no.
And you weren't involved in any negotiations between OpenAI and Microsoft after you left the board, right?
I was not.
You testified with your counsel that in November of 2023, members of OpenAI's board were expelled or expunged. Are you sure about that?
They're no longer on the board.
Are you sure that they were expelled or expunged?
Again, I don't know what the legal term is. They're removed from the board. I don't know what word you want to use.
So your belief is they were removed from the board?
Yes.
Okay. You testified on direct with your counsel about the release of ChatGPT. Do you remember that?
I do.
And I think you said the entire board was unhappy with that release.
I just remember in the room there was a general consensus that, like, yes, this should definitely go differently.
But you can't recall specifically what other board members said during this meeting, isn't that right?
That's fair.
ChatGPT is not a model, right? It's a product, isn't that right?
I don't know how you can separate those things.
Well, it's a product built on top of a model, isn't it?
Sure. There's a model that powers it.
And the model that ChatGPT was built on was GPT 3.5, isn't that right?
I believe that's right.
And OpenAI released GPT 3.5 back in March of 2022, isn't that right?
I don't recall if they did.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall it was about 8 months before the release of ChatGPT?
Are you sure it was 3.5?
3.5, yes. And you did not object to the release of 3.5, right?
I don't recall the release of 3.5. I don't recall objecting to releases that we had been informed of to that date.
You testified again in response to questions from your lawyer about Helion. Remember those questions?
I do.
Okay. And you knew when you were an OpenAI board member that Sam Altman had a substantial interest in Helion, right?
He had a disclosed interest. I don't recall what the exact percentage might have been.
Because he was open with the board about that interest, isn't that right?
He was.
Are you aware that under its arrangement with Helion, OpenAI doesn't pay Helion unless and until Helion can actually deliver the energy?
Sure.
You are aware of that?
I believe that was the case, yeah. And again, I've reviewed documents that indicate this.
Okay.
That was not the source of the concern, though.
You don't know the terms of the deal with Helion, do you?
I don't recall all of them right now.
Well, you don't even remember whether any deal with Helion was agreed while you were on the board, do you?
There were concerns expressed in the room. I can't recall what ended up transpiring after. I believe there's a deal now. I don't remember when it happened.
Right. And you can't recall if it happened even while you were on the board, right?
I don't recall when it was formalized.
And you don't know whether Mr. Altman recused himself from the discussion of the proposed transaction, do you?
I don't recall if he said those words. I think he may have. I just believe he was in the room during the discussion.
Well, you don't even recall what process the board adopted to review the transaction, do you?
I remember there was the addition of Chris Berner, who was also an employee of OpenAI.
You don't recall how it concluded, right? The process?
I don't.
You left OpenAI's board in February of 2023, right?
That's correct.
And you left the board because Sam Altman called you and said he had learned Mr. Musk was starting a competitive venture, correct?
That wasn't exactly how it happened, but again, I can fill in detail.
Well, I'd like to pull up Ms. Sillis's transcript at 3:02:17 to 23.
Go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Sillis, at your deposition, you were asked the question, oh, okay, well, why did you step down from the board? Answer, because I picked up a call from Sam and he said, I've heard that Elon is starting a competitive venture. And I said, well, if that's true, this is the time to resign. But Ms. Sillis, you knew about Mr. Musk's competitive venture before that call from Mr. Altman, didn't you?
Again, I've since reviewed and I can provide the updated context if that would be helpful.
Well, let's take a look at DX 1017, please. These are text messages between you and a friend from February 25th, 2023, right? 1017?
Oh, yes. Got it. Yeah. Oops, there we go.
You see that? And at 8:10 p.m., you write, have to resign OpenAI board BTW. E's effort has become well known. You see that?
I do.
And you said here, well known, not known to you for the first time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your friend responds with an expletive and asks if you're okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
She does not ask what effort, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she knows what you're talking about because you've already told her, haven't you?
Objection.
Again, I would love to provide context here, but you keep saying things, so I'll just keep agreeing for now.
Well, my question was,
sorry, should I say that again? I said I've agreed to provide context here many times, but she's talking, so I don't know what to do.
I asked you a question, and the question was, she knows your friend, knows what you're talking about because you've already told her. haven't you?
Oh,
We have had a discussion at this point, yes, but there's preceding context. Again, I don't know what else to say.
I'm sure your lawyer can ask if she wishes to.
Sure.
A little further down, you write, when the father of your babies starts a competitive effort and will recruit out of OpenAI, there is nothing to be done. You see that?
Mhm.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
no.
Nothing further.
Microsoft.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Zillis.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nisha Patel. I have a few questions on behalf of Microsoft.
Okay.
You testified earlier today that you don't recall any restrictions associated with Mr. Musk's donations to OpenAI. Is that right?
Barring that one period of time where I guess Greg and Ilya had to abide by a few things, I don't recall anything other than that.
You stated that you don't recall any restrictions that were associated with those donations, right?
Yes, again, sorry, I was trying to be very precise. With the exception of that one thing, no, I don't recall any.
And you also have never communicated with anyone at Microsoft about any restrictions associated with Mr. Musk's donations, right?
I don't believe so.
Now, earlier today, you testified about some 2017, 2018 discussions involving several options, including creating a for-profit component of OpenAI. Do you recall that?
I do recall.
And the primary folks who were involved in those discussions with you were Mr. Brockman, Mr. Altman, Dr. Sutskever, Mr. Teller, and Mr. Musk. Is that right?
Those would be kind of the full set of people, and there might have been subsets at times. Yeah. There may have been subsets of those people at times, not everyone in every discussion.
Okay, so that was the full set. And to your knowledge, Microsoft wasn't involved in those 2017 and 2018 discussions relating to forming a for-profit component associated with OpenAI, right?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, and that includes Mr. Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, right?
The only thing I recall was some sort of compute deal that we reviewed in the documents, but that did not appear structural.
That had nothing to do with any for-profit discussions.
I don't believe so.
That's right. Now, Ms. Sillis, you follow Mr. Musk on Twitter, now X, right?
I do.
And I think, in fact, earlier today, you mentioned one of Mr. Musk's 2023 posts on Twitter. I think you said Elon remarked, "Man, Microsoft has complete control over OpenAI." Do you remember testifying to that with your counsel?
Yes, just a slight correction. That was not in response to something he tweeted, I don't believe, but nonetheless, that is the conversation that I relayed.
Right. And you brought that up with your counsel in the context of information that kind of changed your perspective after you left OpenAI's nonprofit board, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we please pull up DX 251? It's already admitted into evidence, Your Honor. All right. Now, this is a tweet. At the bottom of the page, you see a tweet from Elon Musk. It's dated September 24th, 2020. And in it, Mr. Musk states, "This does seem like the opposite of open. OpenAI is essentially captured by Microsoft." Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And after this September 24th, 2020 tweet from Mr. Musk, you did in fact approve the 2021 Microsoft deal as a board member of OpenAI, right?
I did.
And after this 2020 tweet, you also approved the 2023 Microsoft transaction as a board member of OpenAI, right?
I did.
I think earlier you stated, I want to get your words right. You stated earlier that during your time at OpenAI, you had an allegiance to the best outcome for AI and humanity. You said that, right?
Yes,
And that included an allegiance to OpenAI's nonprofit mission, didn't it?
that's correct.
And that's true of your entire time while you were on OpenAI's nonprofit board, right?
That's correct.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Illis, defense counsel referenced your deposition a number of times in your testimony. Do you recall that?
I do.
And she asked what you recalled then versus now. Do you recall that?
She did.
Did you prepare for your testimony today?
Oh, hello? I did.
And did you review any emails or documents in preparation for trial?
Many.
Did that refresh your recollection as to any of the events that we've discussed today?
In some cases, they refreshed memories. In some cases, again, I read words on the pages. Just they showed me that these words had been written at some point.
Did that clarify your understanding of some of the questions and answers that have been discussed today?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Ms. Illis, you've testified that in 2017 to 2018, there might have been discussions about turning OpenAI into
Objection to leading. Sustained.
Ms. Ellis, do you recall testifying that between 2017 and 2018, there might have been some discussions about turning OpenAI into a for-profit entity?
Yes.
To your knowledge, were any steps taken to create a for-profit entity that would entirely
Sustained as to the start, as to the form. So, again, open-ended.
Ms. Illis, are you aware of any steps taken to create a for-profit entity to replace the nonprofit?
Again, for-profit entities were, I believe, created on paper. I do not believe there was any step taken to actually, like a practical step taken to convert.
Was it your did you have an understanding as to whether that entity created on paper?
Objection to leading. Sustained as to the form.
Regarding the entity that was created on paper, did you have an understanding as to whether it was created to replace?
So, you can take the first part and then you have to ask a very open question.
I'm trying to get there, but because of
But the problem is that the way you've started your question, it suggests to counsel and to me that you're going to suggest the answer in your question.
I understand that. I do not intend that.
All right, let's hear it. And wait, Ms. Eddy, before any objection.
Did you have an understanding as to whether the entity created on paper was created to replace the OpenAI nonprofit
That's
or
the problem.
to serve?
Stop.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Okay.
So you said, ask, what was the purpose? That's the open-ended.
Okay. What did you understand the purpose of the B Corp or C Corp created on paper to be?
Again, there were a zillion things thrown on the wall in this era. I recall essentially the prevailing thread as things emerged was to create a for-profit. One of the ideas was to create a for-profit component that would still be subservient to the mission of the nonprofit. So subservient to the for-profit, but that was the one that kind of got the most attention and whatever through time.
And through that 2017 to 2018 time period, do you recall whether any ideas were advanced involving abandoning the non-for-profit mission?
Abandoning the mission?
Correct.
I don't believe so.
I'd like to show you PX 158, which Defense Counsel showed to you. Do you recall seeing this document and particularly the top portion of it?
I do.
What is your understanding of what Sam Altman was saying he was committed to in this?
Objection.
I'm sorry, that he remained enthusiastic about in this email?
Objection. This is asked and answered. Overall, you can. I don't understand where the document went. You can testify as to your understanding of that first line. And asked and answered just a 403 objection, so follow the law.
What it says, that Sam's enthusiastic about the nonprofit structure.
Right, she's asking you about your understanding when you read that.
Again, I can't see the whole document, but I think the whole document contains, I guess there was a reply from, or a summary notes from me saying that Greg and Ilya were enthusiastic about the nonprofit, and Sam is replying over the top. Oh, sorry, that was incorrect. Greg and Ilya. But in this particular thing, Sam is volunteering that he's enthusiastic about the nonprofit.
Did you have any understanding of that sentence at the time you received it?
Again, I don't have clean memories of receiving it.
All right, next question.
Ms. Illes, what were Greg and Ilya working on at the time that Elon stepped away from the board?
They had proposed to fundraise for the nonprofit in earnest in order to close the gap, the funding gap required.
And did you have any understanding regarding whether they were committed to keeping the nonprofit in some capacity?
Deleting.
Sustained.
Did you have any understanding regarding what their goals were in pursuing the nonprofit fundraising?
I mean, they wanted to make that the structure that supported OpenAI. That's what they were fundraising for.
And in 2018, when you learned that a new structure was being created, what did you understand its purpose to be?
Sorry, can you repeat the date range?
In 2018, later in the year, when you learned that Sam, Greg, and Ilya were creating a for-profit structure, what did you understand its purpose to be?
The purpose of that for-profit structure was to allow for an equity component to recruit individuals and to be able to fundraise, but still be subservient to the nonprofit and the mission.
Ms. Illes, I also would like to come back to Exhibit 1017 and let you provide the context that you wanted to offer to the jury surrounding this conversation. Recall reviewing this text message with your friend?
Yes. Yeah, I recall being very confused about this exchange and the deposition. So I did review material to refresh my recollection. And what is there is, I think it's about a handful of days prior. There's a call that comes in from Sam Altman. And in my memory, I recall a call around them where he says, hey, you know, again, paraphrasing, I hear there's Elon's talking to this guy, Igor Babushkin or something like that. I remember looking him up at the time. And what Sam had said was, I guess he had worked for OpenAI, had since moved to DeepMind, and he was like, hey, like, I don't think this guy's good. Should I tell Elon? And I'm guessing I said something like, whatever you think. Anyway, in reviewing the messages, I believe it is either the 21st or the February 21st or 22nd, I receive a text message from Sam saying, I'm increasingly worried about the wisdom of whatever Elon is doing with Igor. Would you be up for talking with him? And I said, I'm happy to do whatever helps. Elon hasn't told me yet. And so, again, he's raised that there's a something. I believe that Elon and Igor initially met in the context of Tesla, but it then morphed.
And so, Phyllis, if I may just pause you there, who indicated that there was a something?
Again, Sam had called to say, I heard Elon's talking to this guy, Igor. I don't think he's good. Should I tell him? And then he said, I'm increasingly concerned about the wisdom of it. Would you talk to him?
And what did you do next?
It looks like nothing happened then. I then get a message on the morning of the 25th, which is the morning of these texts, which says, hey, do you have a second to, not urgent, but do you have a second to chat? And so at this point, it's unsurprising to me that I'm anticipating that he's calling about the Igor thing, right? We've already corresponded on it twice.
And I'll pause you just to be clear. The morning of the 25th, when you received the message, who was that message from?
Oh, sorry, that was Sam Altman saying, hey, do you have a second to chat? We chatted. And 3 hours-ish later, I texted Sam back saying, hey, I was able to speak to Elon. I have notes from that I'm happy to share tied up for the next few hours, but whenever you're free. And I believe whatever the conclusion of that conversation was when I formally resigned from the board.
Thank you. Just one moment. Nothing further.
Re-examination limited to the scope of the last 2 exams.
Just a few questions, Ms. Sillis. So it's your testimony that you first learned of Mr. Musk's competitive venture, not from Mr. Musk, the father of your children, but from Sam Altman. That's your testimony.
Sam called and mentioned the Igor thing.
Okay. And you just said in response to a question from your counsel that the purpose of the for-profit that was created in 2018 was to be subservient to the nonprofit. Is that your testimony?
I believe that's the case.
And what document would you point us to that would say that?
I mean, I don't have all the documents in my head.
Can you think of any document that uses the word subservient?
Objection.
Overruled.
Again, this was a word that just came up all the time in meetings. Like, it's just, there's a word that's kind of like nailed in my head of.
So my question is, can you think of a document from that time that uses the word subservient in connection with the nonprofit?
I can't recall documents in detail, so no, I can't.
Okay. You prepared for your testimony here today, I think you said?
I did.
And you worked with your lawyers to decide what to say in court, right?
Objection. Sustained as to the thing.
Did you work with your lawyers to decide what to say in court?
Objection. Sustained.
You prepared for your deposition, didn't you, Ms. Sillis?
I did.
And so now you remember things today that you'd already forgotten months ago, right?
Objection. Overruled.
That's just a super weird question because I've read a zillion more documents now than I had then, so I don't quite understand your question.
You can't answer the question?
I don't understand what it means. It just doesn't seem valid.
Well, is it true that you remember things now that you'd already forgotten months ago?
You remember things now that I'd already forgotten. Let's go. Okay, yeah, I think you just phrased it weirdly. There were documents I read that refreshed my recollection.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Patel. Anything on those questions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is there any reason to hold this witness in recall status?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Then, Ms. Sillis, you may step down, but you're not excused.
Okay,
All right?
so I just stay in the courtroom?
No.
Or no, so I just stay in the building?
You can leave, but you may have to come back before this trial vote.
I understand, okay.
Next witness.
Your Honor, at this point, plaintiff will play the video testimony of Helen Toner.
So more video. Okay, we're gonna get you some minutes. Can we get some new headphones?
Your Honor, with regards to Ms. Toner's video deposition.
So you need to speak into the mics or no one can hear you.
Your Honor, with regards to Ms. Toner's video deposition, we seek a limiting instruction as previously discussed in the middle of the video with regards to page 52.
Yes, Your Honor, we will pause the video at that point so that Your Honor can provide the instruction.
How long is the clip? How long is the whole thing?
We're not going to get through all of it today, Your Honor. It's 1 hour and 15 minutes.
1 hour and 15 minutes?
Yes.
If at any time you need to stand and stretch, feel free to do so. If I see you nodding off, we're going to stop and everybody's going to stretch, okay? All right. Let's go.
This is being taken in the matter of Elon Musk et al. Versus Samuel Altman et al. Name of the deponent is Helen Toner.
After your college studies, did you work for an organization called the Open Philanthropy Project?
Yes. Yes.
What types of policy issues does Open Philanthropy get involved in as they relate to artificial intelligence?
Quite a range. Broadly, their focus is largely on what they would call catastrophic risks from artificial intelligence as part of a broader program of work on catastrophic risks more generally. So their policy perspective kind of flows from that focus.
Yeah, have you ever been associated with the University of Oxford's Center for the Governance of AI?
Yes.
What is the nature of the work that GovAI does?
They focus on questions relating to how to govern AI. So understanding what kinds of laws and regulations could help AI to go better for broad public interest, understanding more sort of soft governance mechanisms, whether that's voluntary, company-driven mechanisms or standards, lots of things in that general direction.
In 2019, you helped set up Georgetown's Center for Security and Emerging Technology.
Yes.
What portion of your work for the center relates to artificial intelligence?
Depending how you count, roughly all of it. These days, my role is leading the whole center, so a lot of my work is management, administrative, but substantively, I would say roughly all of my work relates to AI.
As a result of your educational and professional work, do you consider yourself an expert on artificial intelligence policy issues?
In as much as anyone is an expert, I would say yes.
As a board member of the OpenAI nonprofit, what did you understand your responsibilities to be?
To ensure the organization was pursuing the mission previously described.
And just because you were being appropriately precise with the language, can you remind us what that mission was in your understanding?
To ensure that artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity.
To pursue that mission, did you consider that you also had an obligation as a board member to ensure that OpenAI was effectively managing AI safety risks?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you already knew when you joined OpenAI that the nonprofit also had a for-profit affiliate?
Yes.
At the point in time you joined in 2021, was Microsoft already a principal investor in that for-profit entity?
Yes.
While you were at OpenAI, did OpenAI, or rather had OpenAI and Microsoft set up a joint safety board to review the safety of new AI models or products that OpenAI was planning to make public?
I don't recall exactly when that got set up, whether it was before I joined or thereafter. But yes, while I was on the board, they had I always heard it referred to as a deployment safety board or DSB.
And to your knowledge, what procedures did the deployment safety board follow when evaluating whether to release a model or product?
I believe that the procedures changed during the course, or evolved during the course of my time on the board, because initially it was brand new and they were essentially making things up as they went along. My understanding was that the DSB had 3 members from Microsoft, 3 members from OpenAI, and needed a majority vote. Well, they made decisions about whether to deploy some kinds of AI systems. They had some criteria for which systems they should review. I believe they would typically review some materials regarding a given system around whether it was safe to deploy or not. and then would take a vote on whether to approve the deployment. My understanding is in the event of a tie, the OpenAI members held sway.
Was Mr. Altman one of the 3 OpenAI members on the deployment safety board?
I believe so, yes.
So if Mr. Altman and the 3 Microsoft members voted in favor of deployment, the product will be cleared for release even if the other 2 OpenAI members dissented?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
Did the practical ways in which the deployment safety board carry out its responsibilities of all of them?
I believe so.
In what respect?
I'm not that familiar with the details. The board should have been more familiar with the details. My impression is that the processes by which they produced and reviewed materials relevant to their decisions got more mature over time.
Sure.
I mean, building these AI systems is not a science. It is, some AI researchers refer to it as more like alchemy than like chemistry. So you throw some things together and see what works. And so if you're trying to determine if a new model is safe, we don't actually have any scientific standards or clear principled ways to make that determination. And so instead, the companies building the models are making it up as they go along in terms of what risks should they test for, how should they test for those risks, what test results are acceptable versus unacceptable. And so my impression is that over the time that the DSB existed, perhaps it still exists, I'm not sure, the approach that they used to selecting what tests to run and evaluating the test results became somewhat less slapdash. But again, I'm less familiar with the details than I would have liked to be.
As a board member of the nonprofit, did you rely on OpenAI's officers to provide you with candid and complete information about OpenAI safety practices?
I would have liked to rely on them for that. In practice, I also had relationships with some OpenAI staff who I would have informal conversations with, and sometimes learn things from those informal conversations that were not conveyed to us through official channels.
As a board member of the nonprofit, did you feel that you should have been able to rely on Mr. Altman to provide you with candid and complete information about OpenAI safety practices?
Yes.
And we'll get into specifics momentarily, but in general terms, did you feel that Mr. Altman provided candid and complete information to you about OpenAI safety practices?
No.
What did Mr. Altman tell the board about the approval status of those 3 products by the Deployment Safety Board?
To the best of my recollection, he either directly said or strongly implied that all 3 types of release had been approved by the DSB.
In what context did Mr. Altman communicate that information?
And an in-person board meeting, called an on-site, it was an all-day board meeting at their offices.
When did that board meeting occur?
To the best of my recollection, in December 2022.
Did you take steps to verify the information that Mr. Altman had provided?
Yes, I asked for the Deployment Safety Board materials to review what had been approved and on what basis.
Did you make that request?
I don't recall.
Did you receive the materials you had asked for?
Yes.
And what did those materials show about the approval status of the 3 variants?
To the best of my recollection, I received materials showing that the API release had been submitted to the Deployment Safety Board and approved, I don't recall, to the best of my recollection, I don't believe I received any materials about the other two, which, and I drew the conclusion that they've been neither submitted nor approved.
Your Honor, this is the time to give the limiting instruction.
Ms. Patel.
Yes, Your Honor, we ask the court to provide a limiting instruction that Ms. Toner will be testifying about statements between OpenAI employees, and those statements cannot be offered against Microsoft.
Agreed.
With respect to the immediately ensuing discussion about the release in India, yes.
Agreed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so ordered.
How did you first learn about the fact that this launch of a test of GPT-4 in India by Microsoft occurred?
We otherwise would have been, and then we normally were during our tenure on the board. And I forget the exact sequence of events, but because we were having conversations multiple times a week, which was much higher than usual, we discovered that Sam had talked to Ilya about his concerns about this paper, and had also had a conversation with Tasha. He told Ilya that Tasha thought I had to leave the board because of the fact that I had written this paper, which Tasha had not said.
How did you know that Ms. McCauley had not said that?
Because she said she hadn't.
To you?
Yes.
When did you first hear about the OpenAI startup fund?
I don't recall. I believe shortly after it was announced publicly.
What did you understand about, at the time you first learned about it, what did you understand about what OpenAI startup fund does?
I understood it to be investing in companies that could use OpenAI products.
Did Mr. Altman ever disclose to the board that he had any ownership interest in the OpenAI startup fund?
No.
Did you subsequently learn that Mr. Altman had previously undisclosed connections to this fund?
Yes.
In addition to OpenAI startup funds, to your knowledge, has Mr. Altman ever owned directly or indirectly any other stake in the OpenAI? I had a bit.
I believe that AI through some Y Combinator fund that he was interested in.
Was that indirect interest through a Y Combinator fund disclosed to the board?
Yes.
When was it disclosed?
I don't recall. It was public on their website. As long as I remember.
Was Mr. Altman considered an independent director on the board despite that stake in the Y fund?
Yes.
Why was that stake not disqualified?
I don't know. I found it strange that he was considered independent board director, regardless of that stake, given his position as CEO.
Did you think that Mr. Altman's role in the OpenAI startup fund presented a potential conflict of interest?
I thought it presented a potential conflict of interest. I primarily thought it was clearly something that the board should be aware of.
Did marking as Exhibit 4, November 16th, 2023, unanimous written consent signed by you and 3 other directors As the witness noted at the bottom of the page 1, the document states, now therefore be it resolved that the board hereby effective immediately terminates Mr. Altman's employment with the corporation. Ms. Toner, is this the resolution by which the board formally removed Mr. Altman as CEO and board member of OpenAI?
Yes.
Were you one of the board members who voted to remove Mr. Altman?
Yes.
How did those discussions of potentially removing Mr. Altman originate?
I would say the starting point was Ilya Sutskever reaching out to me to ask to talk. We then had a first conversation, which was very circuitous and confusing to me, where Ilya clearly had some very significant concern, but told me that he couldn't tell me what his concern was, essentially. I would put that as the starting point.
And did you subsequently have discussions with the other board members?
Yes.
And over the course of those discussions, what were the grounds for removing Mr. Altman that the board members discussed?
Was a number of things. A phrase we used was a pattern of behavior, so no one single cause. The pattern of behavior related to his honesty and candor, his resistance of board oversight, as well as the concerns that two of his senior management team, Ilya Sutskever and Mira Murati, raised to the board about his management practices, his manipulation of board processes, a range of concerns in that vicinity.
So when you refer to his pattern of behavior related to honesty and candor, does that include all the incidents that we've discussed during your testimony this morning?
Yes.
At what point did the board finally decide to go through with removing Mr. Altman?
I would say that our decision was clear by the Saturday night preceding our removal, which would have been the 11th of November, I believe.
Prior to informing Mr. Altman that you were removing him, did you have discussions with any candidate to fill the role of interim CEO?
Yes. Prior to removing him, we spoke the evening before with Mira Murati about interim CEOs.
Was that after you had executed the board resolution?
Yes.
How did Ms. Murati react to your proposal that she be interim CEO?
I interpreted her as being supportive of our decision and up for the being up for it to be interim CEO.
When did the board inform Mr. Altman of its decision to remove him?
On November 17, 2023. On a video call.
Where was Mr. Altman?
He was at some event, the Grand Prix, Las Vegas, something like that.
How did Mr. Altman react to the news?
As I recall, he seemed shocked and confused.
What did he say?
I don't remember. The one line I remember is towards the end, asking that he asked, "How can I help?"
Did anyone respond to that question?
We asked that he support Mira in her new position.
What did he say in response?
I don't remember what he said, but I recall he seemed willing.
Ms. Toner, after having this call with Mr. Altman to inform him of his removal from the board, did you also communicate a similar decision to Mr. Brockman?
Yes.
How was that communicated?
Likewise by a video call.
Did anyone, or did the board instruct anyone to communicate Mr. Altman's termination to Microsoft, or that termination was the subject of a public post?
Yes, we discussed in advance what the best way to inform Microsoft would be, and in consultation with Mira, decided that her informing Satya Nadella directly would be the best approach.
Do you know what Ms. Murati communicated to Microsoft?
To the best of to my understanding, she communicated that we had removed Sam. The reason, using similar language to what we used in the press release, that she would be interim CEO and we would be conducting a search, that we were committed to the partnership with Microsoft. That's my understanding of it.
So, in the hours and days following the public announcement, what steps did Ms. Murati take as interim CEO in knowledge?
I believe she began by hosting an all-hands meeting with Ilya. Or perhaps before that, she had one-on-one conversations with several members of her executive team, and then had an all-hands meeting. I don't know how much detail or how many steps you want me to go into. We had some meetings between the board and the executive team, and then throughout the course of the weekend, chaotic series of conversations of various kinds.
When did the process start to become chaotic?
I'd say Friday evening.
What happened?
I would say a notable part of the timeline was conversations between the board and the executive team Friday evening and then through Friday night, where the executive team made quite unreasonable demands of the board, and threatened that they would all quit if they did not accede to their unreasonable demands.
What roles was Mira Murati playing in these discussions?
Mira was strikingly unsupportive during these conversations. She seemed totally uninterested in telling her team that her conversations with us had been a significant factor in our decision to fire Sam, and astonishingly uninterested in telling her team that she thought it was, as far as I could tell, she thought it was a good thing, or she thought it would be a good thing if Sam left the company. She was remarkably passive.
At the time you had that final conversation with Ms. Murati, had she given you any indication that she was going to suddenly become in support of the board's decision?
No.
Did you ever learn any information about what caused Ms. Murati to become suddenly in support of the board's decision?
My impression is that, so she told us that a couple of days later, while the crisis was still ongoing, she told us that she could not serve as CEO, as interim CEO, unless the board was able to, the word I remember her using is legitimize the decision. I think she did not seem to understand, either willfully or not, that she had a pivotal role to play in legitimizing the decision herself. The way I would maybe put it is that she was waiting to see which way the wind would blow, and she didn't realize that she was the wind. So I think she was not willing to stick her neck out and say that she had told the board about severe concerns she had about Sam, because she was, in my interpretation, concerned about retaliation that might lead to or go back to her career.
At that point, did the board consider other candidates for interim CEO?
Yes.
And who did you settle on?
We ultimately appointed Emmett Shear, CEO, interim CEO later that evening.
Up till the point of announcement of Mr. Shear's appointment as interim CEO, to your knowledge, had Microsoft been in communications with anyone on the OpenAI board?
Yes.
With anyone?
I believe they had some contact with Adam directly. I'm not sure. And then we, I believe Adam, Tasha, and I had a call with Satya Nadella on Sunday evening before we announced the appointment of Emmett.
And then the call that the three of you had with Microsoft, how did that call come about?
We wanted to inform Microsoft about our decision to appoint a different interim CEO and asked if we could state in the announcement that they were supportive of the decision. I recall Satya saying that Microsoft would, of course, continue partnering with OpenAI, and that he would think about whether there was something he could say in post announcement.
Did you know whether Mr. Nadella had ever expressed any views on whether somebody else should be appointed in terms of the year?
I'm not aware of any views he expressed on the question.
Were you aware at that point Mr. Nadella had hoped that Mr. Altman would be reinstated as CEO?
I believe at that point, my impression was that he would be glad if Sam were reappointed.
Why was that your impression?
Because there's a coalition of different people pushing for Sam's reappointment, and my understanding was that Microsoft was part of that.
Who else? Okay, when did the board decide to reinstate Mr. Altman as CEO?
Tuesday night, the 21st of November.
How did that come about?
There had been, over the course of the weekend, a lot of back and forth over different possible futures of the company, with the recurring theme being employees threatening to leave if certain demands were not met. Over the course of the few days following our firing, those demands became gradually more reasonable. And the threat of mass resignations continued.
Who were the demands being made by?
Some combination of Sam, Greg, the executive team, typically conveyed to us by Amira, and employees directly.
And did you observe that Microsoft was involved in those discussions at all?
Microsoft became clearly involved on Sunday night when, after we announced that Emmett would be interim CEO, Microsoft announced that Sam and Greg would be joining Microsoft. And over the subsequent hours, I don't recall how I came to learn this, but over the subsequent hours, I came to the understanding that Microsoft was offering to hire away the entire OpenAI team and cut jobs for anyone who wanted them at Microsoft.
So what impact did Microsoft's announcement that it was hiring Mr. Altman and Mr. Brockman, an open offer to hire anyone from OpenAI that wanted to come over, impact the board's ability to carry out its duties as the board of OpenAI?
It
it created a threat of Microsoft company in a way that changed the calculus for us about what the best way to pursue the nonprofit mission was.
In what sense?
In the sense that it significantly increased the credibility of employees' threat that they would leave en masse, and gave Sam significantly more leverage to demand his own reinstatement to avoid the company falling apart.
What did the board do in response to this changed set of circumstances?
In response to the totality of the circumstances on Tuesday, which includes Microsoft's involvement as well as other factors, we were able to reach an agreement on Tuesday that was amenable to all sides, which involved Sam being reinstated as CEO but not reappointed to the board. Most of the existing board members resigning, but not all, and a thorough independent investigation being carried out into Sam's conduct during the events of the previous few days.
Were you one of the board members that was removed as part of this?
Yes. Yes.
Or was Ms. McCauley one of the board members that was removed pursuant to this company's?
Yeah.
So I've marked as Exhibit 10, document stamped Microsoft Musk 56581. This is a May 26, 2024 article from the Economist. Published by or authored by you and Ms. McCauley with the title AI Firms Mustn't Govern Themselves, say ex-members of OpenAI's board. Ms. Stoner, did you co-author this article with Ms. McCauley?
Yes.
What about your experience at OpenAI led you to believe that self-governance cannot reliably withstand the pressure of profit incentives?
Several things. Partly, some relevant factors included the role that we perceived expected profits to have played in the pushback to our decision by Sam. I think the profit incentives is maybe an incomplete phrase here. I think profit and personal gain is maybe a more complete way to put it. I think my judgment of Sam's resistance to board oversight was not purely about the financial incentives at play for him, but also about the enormous amount of power that he would wield if OpenAI was successful in developing extremely advanced AI systems. That was one element. Profit played a more direct part in what we perceive to be Microsoft's role in the aftermath of firing Sam, and also in the reaction of some employees who were concerned about their equity stakes and potential loss of an upcoming stock sale and their deal, all of which we believed played significant roles in what turned out to be the nonprofit's inability to perform one of its most basic duties, which was to hire and fire the CEO.
Taking us in turn for the Deployment Safety Board, why did that guardrail turn out to be fragile?
Do you mean things like the things like models being deployed without actually going through DSB approval, which should have been required, as with the Microsoft tests in India. Things like the board not being informed about that failure, things like the board being misled about what products were approved and not approved, and also the Jason Mira interaction around whether GPT-4 Turbo needed to go through approval. I think we're all instances of that guardrail being more fragile than it should have been.
The second one you mentioned, the board having the rights to remove the CEO on paper, but reality turning out differently. How did that illustrate the fragility of one of the nonprofits' internal guardrails?
Well, because there was a guardrail around the nonprofit being able to make certain decisions, and then it turned out that in practice, those decisions could be reversed.
Since Mr. Altman was reinstated as CEO, you've spoken to the press a number of times about the events leading up to his termination, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have anyone advising you on public relations at the time that you had any of the things you just described with any of these journalists?
Yes.
But they're PR consultants. Is that a fair characterization?
Approximately, yeah.
And when did they first start advising you?
In December 2023.
And how long did they advise you for?
Something like 6 or 7 months.
Before GPT-4 was released, it did go through DSB review, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do you think it was a mistake for OpenAI to release GPT-4?
On balance, no.
Do you know whether the three, I'm using the term enhancements because it was used in the article, but do you know whether they went through the DSB review process ultimately?
I'm not sure.
Do you know which OpenAI technologies or what were required to go through the DSB review?
I don't know the specific criteria off the top of my head. I believe it was intended to capture, especially novel and advanced models.
Did you personally make an assessment as to whether any of the three enhancements described here needed to go through DSB review?
No.
And who in the company was responsible for making the decision?
I'm not sure.
Now, I think you testified on this issue during Mr. Crye's questioning that your recollection was that Mr. Altman either directly said or strongly implied that all three of these had gone through DSB.
Yes.
Okay. And so do you have any recollection of Mr. Altman actually saying that they had gone through the DSB review?
As I said, I recall him either saying that or strongly implying it.
This is whether you have a specific recollection, Mr. Altman telling you or the directors that all three of these had gone through DSB review.
I don't recall specific words.
You have a recollection of him saying that at all?
I have a recollection of him bringing the board to believe that all three had gone through review.
And how did he, but tell me everything you remember about it. The words he used, the context in which it came up.
This was almost 3 years ago, so I don't recall the exact words that he used. It was in a conversation about the upcoming GPT-4 release. I don't recall more specifics than that.
Ultimately, you don't.
Your Honor, this is a good time to break if we're at time.
All right. Fellow members of the jury, we're going to go ahead and finish proceedings for today. Sounds like we have how much more of this tomorrow?
For this one day, perhaps half an hour.
So we'll start with that tomorrow. We've got espresso beans, if that will help. Maybe I'll stop and get them. We'll pass them around for all of us. Any questions before you leave? No? You know my admonishment, so we're not going to go through that again. Yes. Good. So we'll stand in recess then with the jury until 8:30.
Please rise for the jury.
All right, do we have allocations?
Yes, Your Honor. These would be allocations for the entire video, including the part we anticipate playing tomorrow. Is that what Your Honor would like?
I'll make it work. What are your allocations?
Okay, so for the total for the entire video is 24 minutes to OpenAI, 5 minutes to Microsoft.
Okay. Anything else you all want to discuss this afternoon today?
Your Honor, we would ask that the plaintiff advise which witnesses they're planning to call tomorrow and ideally in what order so that we can prepare adequately.
Yeah, that should have been done already. Why was it? So they're required to do it in writing in advance. Where are we?
By 3 o'clock, Your Honor. So we expect Dean Shizer to testify tomorrow.
He's all right? Mr. Mullin?
Right. Happily, we heard that the medical exam went well. Excuse me.
Great.
And then beyond that, we're still making decisions, but we'll finish Ms. Toner's video. And then we have Rosie Campbell and Natasha McCauley video and the Microsoft 30B6. But I think we'll have to make decisions about which of those to try and get through tomorrow.
So which of those is Rosie Campbell live?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then McCauley is by video?
Correct, Your Honor.
How long do the plaintiffs anticipate with the Dean on your direct?
I believe it's about 1 hour, 30 minutes.
Cross?
For Professor Shizer, I think plus or minus 45 minutes for cross, Your Honor.
Okay, starting with the video,
35.
it's going to be 30 minutes or so.
And Your Honor, probably about 10 minutes for Microsoft for Dean Shizer.
Okay. And then Ms. Campbell, how long is the direct?
We anticipate 30 minutes.
Cross by OpenAI?
About 18 minutes, Your Honor.
Microsoft?
Very precise.
Very, very short, Your Honor. Maybe a minute or two.
And then how long is the McCauley video?
The McCauley video is about 1 hour in total.
Okay. I don't want the McCauley video played before. We're going to start with video. So let's get the live witnesses on after, before we go back to any video. Because the video can stop unless there's a need to have the video first.
There is not, as long as so, Your Honor, the only issue I wanted to mention is that Dean Shizer relies in part on the testimony that both Ms. Toner and Ms. McCauley have given. So we can call him first, conditioned on that testimony coming in.
But the other side knows what that testimony is and is designated, correct?
Yes, the video's already been teed up.
We have seen the video. May I have one moment to confer with my colleagues? Yes, the OpenAI defendants do not object to Dean Shizer testifying before the McCauley video is played.
Okay.
Same with Microsoft.
All right, there's no objection. So let's make sure to get the live witnesses on first.
Your Honor, so Rosie Campbell, no problem. I think in terms of presenting our case to the jury, our preference would be to have the Macaulay video played before Mr. Shizzard testifies, just so the jury understands what he's referring to. We certainly don't want to have video after video in the morning, but I think if we call Rosie, that will address, pardon me, Ms. Campbell, that will address that concern.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to discuss? So you've got your list. Campbell, Macaulay, Shizzard.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to discuss today?
Nothing from us, Your Honor.
Not from plaintiff.
Nothing from Microsoft. Thank you.
All right. And we'll stand in recess until 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Court is in recess.
Don't forget to like and subscribe for the next episode on While We Were Distracted.